We welcome you to the Lafayette Parish Council meeting. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to make the following announcement. But before we do that, I missed a step. We'll start with prayer from Mr. Tabor and our pledge from Mr. Carlson. Sorry.
Father God, we thank you for this day, Father God. We thank you for this council, Father God. We thank you for this parish and city, Father God. We just ask that you just bless this meeting tonight, Father God. Give us the wisdom we need, Father God, to make the decisions we need to make, Father God. We thank you, Lord, and we ask for a safe ride home. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. My vice chair said I can now start. Again, we welcome you to the Lafayette Parish Council meeting. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to announce the following. This is a public meeting. To address the council on any item on this agenda, please fill out the speaker's form to submit your information to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to council clerk, Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, please state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule is in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed, and that includes any personal attacks, name calling, cussing. None of these things will be allowed. Sorry. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Please at this time silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by Robert's Rules of Order. All documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement in boards or commissions. If interested, call 291-8800. Chair announced.
The legal said that you said the Robert's Rules, the meeting is by Robert's Rules, not by Robert's Rules.
Okay, I've been corrected by legal. We're not by Robert's Rules of Order, but by resolution. I want to make that clear. Robert's Rules of Order is not what governs, it's the resolution of the council. Thank you, Mr. Council. Okay. Chair announcements. Due to the Mardi Gras holiday, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month. Instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, meetings will return to their typical schedule in April. At this time, I have a couple announcements to be made from the chair. First, I'd like to recognize our state representative, Jonathan Goudeau. Good to have you, sir. Always a pleasure. If you are here thinking that this council, the parish council, will be discussing the mask mandate, this council will not be considering that. It's not an agenda item. It will appear as an emergency item under the city council. So if you're here for that particular item, the parish council is not, does not have that as an agenda item. Any council announcements? Not hearing any, then Mr. Mayor President, I'll turn to you for your executive report. Hold on, let me get you on. Well, I know, and I appreciate that, but hold on.
I came out the gates running.
Go.
So
Keep running.
I do appreciate everyone taking the time to be with us. I know it's a little early in your day, so thank you for your participation. Without you, none of this works. And also to our clerk of the councils, you were very accommodating the other day when we had Bishop Desitel in, so Thank you. I really appreciate you. Also, thank you to our representative, as the chair said, he comes to almost every meeting, so you're batting 1,000 almost, so we really appreciate your support over there in Baton Rouge. Also, before we get to the budget to actual, I see a neighbor in our audience, Mr. Craig Matthews, with Smile, if you want to, there you go. Look, guys, we have been really diving into the community, trying to find some ways to expand our partnerships, expand the reach of what government, especially at the local level, can do, and we need local partners like that. So I appreciate you attending the meeting. You don't have to, but you come, and you are also batting almost 1,000 if you're not batting 1,000 already. So thank you. I appreciate you. Problem. All right, Mr. Chair and council members, we do have the budget to actual comparison of major parish funds, December 2020. Director Tues is behind me if you have any questions. And not seeing any. We do have 2 proclamations with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The first proclamation is in regards to the Lafayette Reads Together program. So whereas the parish of Lafayette and its citizens believe that reading opened doors to self-enrichment and lifelong learning, and whereas the parish of Lafayette and its citizens believe that a vibrant community is one where citizens are engaged in thoughtful discussion and sharing of knowledge, and whereas the Lafayette Public Library and its partners will launch the 2021 Lafayette Reads Together Community Reading Program to be conducted during the months of January, February, and March 2021, and whereas such a reading program can bring people of diverse backgrounds and viewpoints together through the shared experience of reading, discussing, and exploring the same book. Now, therefore, I, Josh Guillory, Lafayette Mayor President, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2021 as Lafayette Reads Together Month, and urge all citizens to become involved by reading Haben, the Deaf-Blind Woman Who Conquered Harvard Law by Haben Germa, and participating in any or all community activities relating to the reading program. And I have one amendment, Mr. Chair. We're declaring January 2021 is that month, so we're a little late, but we do appreciate that. So in witness whereof, I have here unto set my hand and cause the seal of the office of the Mayor President to be affixed this 9th day of February 2021. So please join us. Yep. Oh, and do we have Mr. Angel here, or Larry? Hey, Larry, if you'd like to come and receive this. Yeah. And Amy Wander. Okay, good. Excellent.
Some of our readers with us, is that okay? Absolutely.
You would like to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi.
For picture taking, if all of you would just move to the center right here, up against it. Yep. And council members, if you would, stand up for the picture. If you move, kind of move in. We're in.
Smile, Dwight.
Big smile.
How you gonna smile? You can't see. That was a little joke. Can we take one without the mask?
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. All right, Mr. Mayor, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to our participants and especially our young future leaders that joined us today. Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us. As you know, Mr. Chair, and to our audience, that this is Black History Month. where we acknowledge the contributions of so many great Americans who fought for freedom, fought for dignity. We can think of a few: Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Jackie Robinson, President Barack Obama. And to read a proclamation acknowledging their accomplishments and all those who fought for equality, I'd ask that the Chief of Minority Affairs approach to read a proclamation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to Parish Council members, Chairman Gilbo and Rubin, Tabor, Knockin, and Carlson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor. My name is Carlos Harvin, Chief of Minority Affairs, and as our Mayor President announced, we are celebrating Black History Month with a proclamation. Whereas National Black History Month, also called National African American History Month, is celebrated in February and recognizes the achievements that African Americans have made to American history while struggling for freedom and equality. And whereas the National Black History Month had its origins in 1915, when the distinguished Black author, editor, publisher, and historian, Harvard University graduate, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, now known as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASALH. And whereas Dr. Carter G. Woodson, known as the father of Black history, believed that African Americans should know their past and be proud of their heritage so they could effectively participate in the affairs of our nation. He believed that Black history was something that others have tried diligently to erase, but is a firm foundation for young African Americans to build on, and is something that all Americans should know and understand. And whereas Dr. Carter G. Woodson and ASALH organized the first celebration of Negro History Week in February 1926, a week when African Americans were already celebrating the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln on February 12th and Frederick Douglass on February 14th. Beginning in the 1940s, the celebration shifted to a month-long event in West Virginia, and by the late 1960s was being celebrated on Black college campuses around the U.S. And whereas in 1975, President Gerald Ford issued a message on the observance of Black History Week, urging all Americans to recognize the important contribution made to our nation's life and culture by Black citizens. And in 1976, 50 years after the first celebration, ASALH expanded this celebration to Black History Month. And whereas since 1976, every U.S. president has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. In 1986, Congress passed Public Law 99244, which designated February 1986 as National Black Afro-American History Month. And whereas the year 2021 saw significant first-time achievements for African Americans on a national level, including America's first Black Vice President, first Black Secretary of Defense, and first National Youth Poet Laureate to speak at a presidential inauguration. And whereas African Americans in Lafayette Parish have made significant first-time achievements here in our parish and city by serving in key leadership roles in 2021, including our first Black fire chief, first Black female president of the Lafayette Parish School Board, first Black city marshal, who is also the first African American elected to a citywide position, first Black male director for the Department of Community Development, first ever chief of Minority Affairs, first Black head golf pro, first Black head tennis pro, first ever Black chief of police, and the first African American female judge in Division B of the 15th Judicial District Court and the first black editor-in-chief at the Tulane Law Review. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor President Josh Guillory, Mayor President of Lafayette, we hereby do proclaim February 2021 as Black History Month in the city and parish of Lafayette, Louisiana. He calls upon all the people of our city and parish to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities while maintaining safe COVID-19 practices and protocols. In witness whereof, he has hereunto set his hand and caused the seal of the office of the Mayor President to be affixed this 9th day of February 2021. Josh Guillory, Lafayette Mayor President. Those history makers, the heroes and sheroes that we read about in that proclamation, some are here tonight. We're going to ask that as their names are called, that they please come forward, that we may recognize them with the copy of this proclamation, and so that they may take a photograph with our council. Our first black fire chief, Chief Robert Benoit. Our first black female president of the Lafayette Parish School Board, Miss Mary Morrison. First black city marshal and the first African-American elected to a citywide position, Marshal Reggie Thomas. First black male director of the Department of Community Development, Mr. Hollis Conway. First black head golf pro, Mr. Chris Arsenault. First black head tennis pro, Mr. Calvin Kemp, sends his regrets. He's giving a tennis lesson as we speak. First ever black chief of police, Chief Thomas Glover. He could not be with us tonight, but standing in proxy is Major Lorani Richard. First African-American female judge in Division B of the 15th JDC, Judge Valerie Gotch Garrett. She's in drug court. I'm not sure if she made it this evening yet or not. And first editor-in-chief at the Tulane Law Review. He is the youngest member of this crew, Mr. Antonio Milton. Can we give them a round of applause?
Come on down.
Hey, you don't have too many friends if you get in front of Kevin.
Yeah, that's right.
And if I may, while you guys are setting up, Mary Morrison was also the first black female city councilwoman for city-parish government as well.
Okay.
Oh, y'all look so good. It looks so good.
We're like taking pictures without the mask.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Harvin. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your leadership, your support in our community. Mr. Chair, that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cindy, ceremony presentation, read.
Recognition, Carencro High School State Champion Football Team.
Yeah.
Coach Corville, if I know you're here, and any guests with you, if you would come forth. And while he's coming up, I just want to say, Coach, that I'm a proud 1966 graduate of Carencro High, and very proud of this achievement, and glad to say that our second one, right? So congratulations. I'll turn the mic over to Mr. Tabor. If you want
I'm not going to show my age.
to hit your mic.
I did have.
Hit your button. Hit your
You
button.
turn me on? Okay. We good? I'm not going to show you as my age as much as Coach did, the councilman did, but two of my brother-in-laws, one went to 1992, played in the championship the last time we won it.
Who was
So,
that?
The Arnolds.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So that's all I gotta say. You know how many they got of those, huh?
I was coaching then too.
So congratulations. I'm gonna present you with the plaque.
Go ahead, Coach, if you want to say a few words.
I want to thank you. I'm truly blessed and honored to be standing in front of you. I couldn't do this by myself, obviously. This is my athletic director, Mr. Larry Bro, and my head coach at home, my lovely wife of 40 years, Carolyn. I couldn't do this by myself. I have administration, I have school board members, and then I had some wonderful football players. Not only wonderful football players, but men of character. And that makes a difference. That's the difference makers. When you have young men like that, then I had a tremendous coaching staff that I'm truly blessed to have. And altogether, you know, I tell my wife every week we had two opponents. One was COVID, and that would be internally between us and possibly our opponent. Then on Friday nights, I said, when they're playing the national anthem, I think we're going to play. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how you never knew something was going to happen. But we were just truly blessed. And again, hopefully I get to come see you again in the future. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Good.
it.
Thank you, and congratulations, Coach. Next. All right. See you next year, Coach. Okay, good. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, next item, report in our discussion item. Cindy, please read.
LCG Open Book Online Budget Interactive Tool.
I've asked Ms. Tues to make this presentation. Some of you may have witnessed or saw it when she did the a press conference a couple of weeks ago. So I thought it would be good that we all had the opportunity to hear it. So Ms. Tues, I'm not going to steal your thunder. Go ahead.
This is our open data website. When the new mayor president came on board, this was one of his initiatives that he wanted to see us work on. In trying to work on it, we really didn't know how we were going to get there. And talking with the staff, we had just purchased a new budget software. This year, I think was the second year we used for budget purposes. That software had a module for Open Book. So it's still a work in progress. We're still working on things, adding things. If there's features you want to see, let me just point this one button up here. Feedback, right here. Click on that button when you want to respond to anything on Open Book. Click that button. The email will go to all the right people to make sure that we get your comments and your feedback. But as you'll see, it's a work in progress. Some of it will take some accounting knowledge and to understand, but others are really very simple. So what we found people were most asking for is how much was your budget and where was all the money going? This is for last fiscal year. The blue line here represents our budget. And when you look at our budget, you can look at it in graph, a pie shaped. You can go through and analyze budget numbers or actuals. You can sort it different ways, however you like. And looking at just a regular bar chart here, this is where the accounting knowledge and background may come in. And if you have questions, ask us. We're not here to help you get an accounting degree, but certainly we want you to understand the information we have out there. But the blue line is the budget. And for LUS, right off the top, I'm going to ask the question, why is the budget so big when the actuals are so little? Well, that has to do with accounting rules. So the blue line is based on cash, and the pink line down here is based on accounting and federal accounting guidelines on the way we have to report things. So that's something that, you know, the layperson may not be able to understand, but what we found the layperson was really interested in is where's the money going? Who'd you write checks to? So what we have here on this main page is 3 sets of data for 3 years. The current year, that's at the top, last fiscal year, and the year before that. We're giving you the same sets of data for each year. So we're going to give you a list of checks that we wrote. We're going to give you the budget information, and you can click here, and this kind of gives you the budget book view for the budget nerds who really want to get into the details. But most people, as I said, they just want to see who we're writing checks to. We wanted to make it really easy. You can go in here if scrolling is not your thing. You can shrink these columns to where you could get everything on one page. And you'll see some things right off. I see some things you may want to ask a question about. You see a null value. That's a voided check or a voided transaction. But folks out there, when you're looking through it, that's what the feedback button is for, when you see something unusual that you're curious about. But you can look through the transactions here. And as I said, we wanted to make it really easy. We know the citizen is not going to know the fund number for animal control. I don't know the fund number for animal control. I got to look it up when I need it. But here, all you have to do is just type animal and hit enter, and you're going to see the checks written for animal control. That way, a layperson could use this fairly easy. You can click on vendor, and maybe you're interested in Centos. I believe that's what I used for the press demo. You can click on Centos, and you can see what checks we wrote for Centos in animal control. There's also this little nifty button down here. We got one comment from one citizen, said, hey, how can I export the data? And this is how you do it right here. Just click on that button, export data, and you have everything. And it'll drop it down into a spreadsheet. So this is our database. It's very simple, easy to use. The public can use it at their convenience at home. Sure, there may be more details that somebody might want, but I think 100 people, there might be one person that wants a little bit more information, where the other 100 people, they're going to find what they're looking for here, or just if they're curious, just to see how their tax dollars are being spent. So it's a neat tool. I hope that people use it and give us some feedback. We're always working on it. Know that the data refreshes every week, and right now the data is reloading for all 3 years. So at some point in time, we might be able to freeze those prior years and just update the current year. But right now, it's updating everything. And just as in any technology that you use today, you might come across a bug or something. Send us an email. It's all real, live data. And we hope that the people use it and like to use, get some good use out of it to see where their money's going.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thanks, Laura. Council members, any questions or concerns or comments? Go ahead, Ms. Well, let's see, I have Tabor. No, you're already. Carlson, I'm sorry. Councilman Carlson. You're on.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Really just wanted to take a quick second and say thank you, and really thank you to the administration. I know this is a lot of work. This isn't just, it doesn't just magically populate this data onto the website, and I know it's been a lot of work. So thank you to your staff. I think this is important to rebuild trust with people and as a full commitment to transparency. So thank you for your effort. And Mayor President, thank you for prioritizing this. It's something you promised during the campaign. And, I was really encouraged to see this a couple weeks ago finally come to fruition. So thank you for following through on that.
Thank you. And, I'm always nervous in front of the microphone, so I didn't think to thank my staff. But when I went back with the instructions that the mayor president gave me, I can tell you the staff was excited to work on something new. It was a challenge. We started all gung-ho. We thought we could put the history of the world on here, and then we realized, well, we have to limit it. But they really were excited. It was primarily worked on in the budget department, in the budget office, because that's what Questica, they were working with Questica. But Kearney, Shane, Denise, and the rest of the group in there really did a great job.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And please do extend our thanks to them as well. We certainly recognize their efforts as well, and I mean, great job. We have numbers at our fingertip, very transparent, and I see another award in the future for you guys. So thanks, we appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I failed to mention something in conjunction with the Black History Program. Okay. In conjunction with the Black History Program, the Lafayette Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, in partnership with Lafayette Consolidated Government's Office of Minority Affairs, as well as the Small Business Support Services, is pleased to announce the completion of the 19th edition of the Black Pages of Greater Lafayette, which is a directory of Black-owned businesses in the Greater Lafayette area. We want you to know distribution of the publication will be handled by Recreation Center volunteers and will take place as follows. This Saturday, February 13th, 10 to 1 p.m. at the Martin Luther King Center parking lot. It'll be a contactless drive-through. You just drive through, we'll hand you the book. So upon arrival, please remain in your vehicle and proceed through the drive-through area. If you miss the Saturday pickup, you can pick up at one of these locations by going inside the Clifton Chenier Public Library, the Lafayette Public Library, the main branch. You can pick it up here at Lafayette City-Parish Hall and the Jesse Taylor Center. That's starting on Monday. If you can't pick it up Saturday, you could pick it up on Monday.
Thank you very much.
And that, again, that's in conjunction with Lafayette Consolidated Government.
Good. Thank you. Okay, resolutions. Cindy, please read.
Parish Resolution 3, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette Parish Council acknowledging that Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government supports the City of Carencro in applying for a grant to aid in funding various drainage improvements projects and detention pond projects as part of the Lafayette Watershed Initiative.
Need a motion and a second. Moved by Mr. Knockamp, seconded by Mr. Tabor. We do have an amendment that has been proposed to change Lafayette to Louisiana in the title in Section 1. I need a motion and second on the proposed amendment. Moved by Mr. Knockamp, seconded by Mr. Tabor. Council discussion on the amendment. Not hearing any. Ms. Williams, any public comments?
No, sir.
Call for the vote on the amendment.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
The motion to amend is approved.
Call for the vote on the ordinance as amended.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1. The motion to adopt as amended is approved.
Okay. Next item, Ms. Cindy, please read.
Parish Resolution 4, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette Parish Council acknowledging that Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government supports Vermilion Parish in applying for a grant to aid in the North Vermilion Regional Detention Pond Project as part of the Lafayette Watershed Initiative.
Need a motion and second. Moved by Mr. Knockamp, seconded by Mr. Carlson. We do have an amendment as proposed to change Lafayette to Louisiana in the title, Section 1. I need a motion and a second. Moved by Mr. Carlson, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any discussion on the amendment? Any public comment?
No, sir.
We call for the vote.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5, District 1, District 2.
Yes.
The motion to amend is approved.
Okay, then we call for the vote on the, from the council to adopt the ordinance as amended.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
know if there's a number where you have to ask for public comment on the ordinance as amended.
I'm sorry, any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, not hearing any, we'll move to a vote to adopt the ordinance as amended.
District 4,
Yes?
District 5,
Yes.
District 1, District 2,
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
The motion to adopt as amended is approved.
Joint resolutions, Cindy, please read.
Joint Resolution 5, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 146 Sandest Drive to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Need a motion? Moved by Mr. Nakam, seconded by Councilman Carlson. Any council discussion? Not hearing any. Any public comment? Then call for the vote.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Resolution 6, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 321 Nottingham Circle to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Let's see. Let me give you the mic, sir. Go ahead. I think Mr. Rubin has.
It's 323 instead of 21.
Did you get that? He's saying it's 323 and not 321. Okay, we got that correction. Okay, we do
Oh,
have
it says 323.
Oh, I said
but
321?
she said 321, I
Oh,
believe is
okay,
what she said.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any council discussion? We do have a motion, right?
You have, no.
No, I need a motion. Been moved by Mr. Tabor, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Not hearing any, we call for the vote.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
Ordinances for final adoption. Ms. Cindy Reed.
Parish Ordinance 2, 2021.
Excuse me, Ms. Cindy, let me make a comment that this is a public hearing and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. And again, the 3-minute rule does apply for this section. Okay, Ms. Cindy.
Parish Ordinance 2, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by rededicating .175 mills from Fund 274, Cultural Economy, to new Fund 279, Parish-wide Fire Protection.
Been moved by Mr. Nakam. Seconded by Mr. Carlson. Again, we have a proposed amendment to substitute a revised budget revision, which includes more details on the allocation of funds. I need a motion and a second. Moved by Mr. Nakam. Seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion on the amendment? Ms. Williams, any public comment on the amendment? No. Call for the vote on the amendment.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
The motion to amend is approved.
Any discussion on the ordinance as amended by the council? Ms. Williams, any public comment on the ordinance as amended? Not hearing, we call for the vote on the adoption, the adopted ordinance as amended.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt as amended is approved. Parish Ordinance 3, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 capital budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by transferring $300,000 from upgrade LPCC elevators to LPCC improvements repairs within the Public Works Department Capital Improvements Division.
Moved by Mr. Nakam. Seconded by Mr. Carlson. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment? Not hearing any? Let's vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
Joint ordinances for final adoption. Ms. Cindy, before we ask you to read, this is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Read, Ms. Cindy.
Joint Ordinance 3/2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by rededicating .075 mils from Fund 274 Cultural Economy to Fund 260 Road and Bridge Maintenance.
Been moved by Mr. Nakam, seconded by Mr. Tabor. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment? Then let's vote.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Ordinance 5/2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital budgets of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $67,500 received from the Louisiana Office of State Parks for a land and water conservation program grant for the Nature Station, transferring matching funds from Nature Station Elevated Boardwalk in the amount of $67,500 and appropriating within the Community Development Department.
Need a motion and a second. Been moved by Mr. Tabor, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir.
Not hearing any? Let's vote.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
We do have an appeal. Ms. Cindy, please read.
Appeal of Parish Planning Commission action, Laurent S. Boudreaux Estate Parcels B1, B2, B3, B4, and B5, case number PC 2020-78.
Planning and Development, okay, here, let me get you. Okay. Please introduce yourself and position and so forth.
Certainly. I'm Neil LaBeouf. I am the newly appointed development manager. So I have taken Ann Famoso's spot. So I haven't had the chance to meet every one of you individually as of yet, but I look forward to it should the time come. We are here for, and wait for the presentation to come up. Yeah, we are here for the appeal of Parish Planning Commission action on Laurent Boudreaux Estates, parcels B1 through B5, which represents 7.6 acres, which is proposed to be subdivided into 5 residential lots. This is in the unincorporated area of the parish and just off of Hutchinson Road. The area in blue are the parcels, with South Ridgefield Road running up and down on the screen here. The Planning Commission passed this plat, gave preliminary plat approval with one waiver, which was to waive sidewalks, as there are no sidewalks along Hutchinson Street, but did not waive the need for a drainage impact analysis. And at this point, this is where an appeal was filed as to whether to consider or reconsider, I guess, whether the drainage impact analysis is in fact needed or can be waived. And that's why we're here tonight. I can tell you that section 8942 A2 is what discusses drainage impact analysis, and in particular, it states that Public Works shall review all developments for compliance with these requirements, and Public Works and the appropriate planning commission shall in no way modify or void any other development drainage requirements found herein, which we believe includes the drainage impact analysis requirement.
Neil, leading up to this second platting of these 5 lots, go back and explain to the council what took place prior to where 5 other plats were, lots were platted, and instead of a drainage analysis, a lot grading plan was put in place?
Certainly. So we're going to kind of get into stuff that was before my time. I came in only when these parcels were in place. But these 5 lots came in as a separate development prior to these 7 lots along Hutchison Road. I can tell you that that there may have been some things considered at that time, but as far as for the parcels here, B1 through B5, underneath the Lafayette Development Code, we do not believe that the drainage impact analysis can be waived. And I will certainly defer to legal. I believe we have our legal here, Mr. Escott, on that question.
Mr. Carlson?
Just to make sure I understand, can you give me?
It's on. I did.
Thank you. So just, and I lost my image whenever I get the chance to speak. So just to clarify, the lots in question tonight are surrounded in blue, but the first plat approval are those right there, those 5 at the corner of Hutchinson and, I can't read the street name.
That'd be South Richfield.
Is that correct?
So we're here to discuss these.
I understand that, but the original are the first 5 lots that were platted are those 5 right there?
That was part of a separate subdivision that was
Correct.
done at a different time. Yes.
Right. And who owns the property in between what was approved prior and what's being discussed tonight?
I believe it's the same ownership, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Do we have someone here from the property?
I believe so. I believe the developer representative is Mr. Montagne.
Can you guys come up real quick, or somebody?
The only speaker we have is Mr. Andre Montagne.
Okay. I just wanted to ask, wait, I have a question for you. So, so my understanding is that you had some concerns about the cost of actually getting a drainage impact analysis done. Is that correct?
Not really, we were just wanting to...
Can you come to one of the mics and introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, Jamie Fonda with KLP Properties.
Thank you.
No, we got the first set of to split it up. They wanted to do it in sections. I tried to get them to, I guess we wanted to do the whole thing, but then they said, let's just do it in sections. So we did the first part. We didn't have to do no drainage analysis or anything like that.
Yeah,
The
just
property
a
does not
lot
flood
grading.
or anything. So we were just wondering why we had to do all that, to do all the drainage analysis and all the other stuff.
So I'm sure Neil can address that. My question is, have you gotten a cost estimate to do a drainage impact analysis on this?
Sir, we have not on that property. No, sir, we have not.
Okay. I do have some other thoughts, but I'll let you go. I want to hear all the discussion first.
Mr. Nakam?
Yeah. This is in my district, in my area, and, you know, as long as I've been on the council for 8, going on 9 years, the biggest thing that we have problems in the unincorporated area is drainage. We get the most calls for drainage. That is the biggest fear. We don't want a development. We don't want a subdivision. We really don't want anything because we can't handle the water now. The fear is, you know, with new development, we're going to just be pushing water. So one of the things that was put in place was to better the unincorporated area in the fact that anytime developments were subdivided, you know, to have the drainage analysis study to see exactly how much watershed would be coming off of the 5 lots or 5 homes or whatever it may be. And we know today it's these 5, but we know in the future, everyone else around there, every other development has always had to do a drainage analysis study. And I get why today is 5, but tomorrow could be another 5, and then they can plat another 5 in the back. And I'm not saying that the developer is trying to do anything wrong. I mean, we welcome development in an unincorporated area, but we have to make sure that we hold our feet to the fire and provide drainage analysis so that as we start to grow, we have documentation. If we don't do it today and it continues to develop and without drainage analysis, then all of a sudden subdivisions below you, above you are going to start taking on water, and they're going to be calling me or the future councilman saying, why we have all this water problem? Did they ever do a drainage analysis? And if it comes back that we just went against what we have in the books, then that's going to not be very good, because I think everybody wants to be a good neighbor and wants development should make sure that everyone's accountable and that we're trying to do the right thing so that we know if a retention pond needs to be built? Do we know if the coulee can currently handle it? What does that look like in the future? You know, so I'm going to make a motion right now that we deny the appeal and that we make sure we have the drainage analysis study. Not because I want you to spend more money, but I think it's the right thing to do because we require it in every other development within the city and in the parish. So I'll make a motion on the floor to deny the appeal.
Mr. Notkamp, if you would, just hold off. I'd like to give the appellant an opportunity to.
Well, my motion can stand. You can override my motion, but I'm going to make a motion for the table on the floor. Your motion can still,
Okay,
you can still have discussion.
I'll accept the motion by Mr. Notkamp.
You need a second?
I need a second. Seconded by Mr. Tabor.
And the discussion
Okay.
continue. I free up the mic.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Ms. Williams, I'd like to hear from the
Speaker
appellant.
is Andre Martinez.
Good afternoon, council members. It's not the issue with the providing the drainage analysis, it's the cost involved. I've already done preliminary studies on it and anticipate each house to be about 1,500 square feet with a garage, so you're looking at about 2,000 square feet on the roof. And so it's going to increase the runoff 200ths. That 200ths is going to increase it, but LCG's Unified Development Code requires that we reduce the runoff 15%. So we have to do the drainage analysis, see how much we increase, and then the runoff has to be 15% less than it is right now. And so it costs Mr. Fontenot, $15,000, $20,000 to put in appropriate retention systems. We feel that, he's only increasing it 2%, but he's got to reduce it 15%. And, it's an undue burden on him to have to spend that much money on a development. I realize that everybody wants a report. We have no problem with doing the study, but it's to implement the requirements of LCG is what costs so much money. As you can see, this is a rural area. There's not much population, and the land's very flat out there. And, it's just, it's a shame that people have to spend so much money to meet the city's requirements, so the parish requirements.
Council members, any questions or comments for the appellant? Mr. Notkamp.
No, Mr. Martinez, I totally understand. Like I said, I'm not trying to be ugly here, but everyone else around there had to do a drainage analysis study, with development coming in that area. And we can't, we have to follow what we have on there. And the other thing is, it sets a precedence that somebody else will come in and want to develop 5 lots, and they'll look back and say, well, we didn't require drainage analysis on those 5. Why did you do it for that one? So, you starting a precedence where all of a sudden the thing that everybody's wanting and everybody needs in this parish is better drainage, and here we are developing and then could potentially come up with a system where every time you subdivide 5 lots, we start getting away from doing drainage analysis because it's just 5 lots and it's just because it's on an unincorporated area. But it's if we have it on the books and the Planning and Zoning Commission upheld it because that's what's required, I really think we should go with what's on the books.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I see it, on these first 5 lots, my understanding is that Planning and Zoning gave a waiver and did not require it. No, the drainage impact analysis. They did require a lot grading plan, but not a drainage impact analysis. But my understanding is that in these, so it's not that Planning and Zoning has been unwilling to work with the landowner or the developer. My understanding is that problems arise when it's not just 5 lots, but it's 5 lots here, and then 5 lots here, and then 7 lots here. And next thing you know, you have a moderate-sized development, and there's been no drainage impact analysis. It's the aggregate of all of these small little developments coming together that then create a large development or the same impact as a large development. I wish that there had been some cost estimates, because planning and zoning had told me that it's $4,000 to $5,000 for a drainage impact analysis. I'd heard from someone through the grapevine that the property owner said that it would be a lot more expensive, and I wanted to see that it was going to be $15,000 or $20,000, which would be outside the norm of what I've seen, at least in the last year. But I have not been able to see that, and so I agree with Mr. Nakian. I think as of now, I have to protect the adjacent property owners and ensure that they are not going to have adverse impacts from this development. So I also agree with you that I'm going to vote to deny the appeal.
Any other council members want to discuss? We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? Ms. Williams, any public comment?
No, sir. Mr. Montaner was the only speaker.
Okay. I will turn to our attorney, and if you would, clarify the motion in terms of how we vote.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the motion on the floor is the motion to deny the appeal. That is essentially would result in an approval of the action of the Planning Commission as decided, and would require the applicant to do the drainage impact analysis. So a yes vote keeps the drainage impact analysis study requirement in place.
A no vote denies it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Council members, any question on the motion that we're fixing to vote on? Call for the vote.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
The motion to deny the appeal is approved.
Announcement of vacancies on boards, commissions. Cindy, please read.
A vacancy exists on the Lafayette Waterworks District South Board as of February 1st, 2021. This is a one-year term. Applicants must be district residents. A vacancy exists on the Lafayette Waterworks District South Board as of February 1st, 2021. This is a one-year term. Applicants must be district residents. Individuals wishing to submit a resume for the above volunteer vacancies must be a registered voter and a resident of Lafayette Parish. Yearly ethics training for all appointees is required, as is financial disclosure under certain circumstances. Resumes are to be forwarded to Veronica L. Williams, Clerk of the Council, P.O. Box 4017-C, Lafayette, Louisiana 70502, or email to bclafayette@lafayettela.gov no later than noon, Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021, with appointments to be made at the March 9th, 2021 regular meeting of the Lafayette Parish Council. Resume submissions are public record.
Consider appointment by the council as a whole to boards, commissions. Cindy, please read.
Appointment to the Lafayette Parish Library Board of Control for the remainder of an unexpired 5-year term through September 30th, 2025.
I'll accept nominations. Mr. Nakian.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Ms. Christine Malloy.
Christine Malloy. Mr. Rubin.
Mr. Andre Bro.
Mr. Bro. Mr. Carlson.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Robert Judge.
Okay. I will now.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. We usually don't have comments for board appointments. Calling the office today, we did receive some emails for and against candidates. For Andre Bro, we received 3 in support of Andre. We received 4 in support of Frank Dalfavero. Okay. 4 in support for him. For Robert Judge, we received 20 in opposition to him. Christy Malloy, we received 4 in support. G. Shelley Matran, 20 against. Jeremy Montz, 3 in support. Clay Will, 3 in support. And we just got another one in for Andre Bro, so that makes 4 in support of Andre Bro. And then we do have speakers. Okay.
Well, before we go to the speakers, we'll hear from the council members.
Yes, sir.
First. So I'll turn it over to you, council members. Are there any comments or remarks that you'd like to make before we move? No? Okay. Ms. Williams, before we go to the public for comments, I do want to make it clear that we're talking about the nominations, either for or against. We're not talking about all the other issues with the library board and so forth. We're talking about a nomination process. So keep your remarks to those that are nominated, or if you feel strong about one of them, give us the reasoning. Again, I'm going to ask that you not make this a personal thing. Keep it very professional.
And if you did sign in for this one and you want to speak to matters of the library board and current issues, we can move your card to the comments from the public. But as he was saying, if you want to speak to support and opposition of the existing candidates, that's what the board appointment is for. The first speaker is Corey?
Corey?
He may be outside.
Okay.
Okay. I'll put it to the back. Jared Bro, do you want to speak now? Okay. You could come approach the mic.
Hello, my name's Jared Bro, and I rise to speak in opposition to the appointment of Glenn Shelley Mathurin and Robert Judge to the Library Board of Control. I urge the council to review the resumes of each of the possible candidates thoroughly. Choose someone with the necessary credentials to make impartial decisions on policy that's not based on partisan politics. Choose someone who is familiar with the structure of a public educational institution. And choose someone who is familiar with choose someone who supports the public library system in facilitating a safe space for all of our diverse community members. Choose someone who will respect the integrity and expertise of the library executive director in the day-to-day operations of our library. In order to bring new industry into this area, we must show that we support our diverse community in this parish and embrace the advice of experts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jean Menard.
Ms. Menard. Ms. Williams, if you could maybe announce the next one that follows Ms. Menard to get them ready.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Jamal Taylor will follow Ms. Menard. Ms. Menard, you can go to the podium there. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the nominations for the board. Primarily, I want to make sure that this board the nominations now and in the future remain concerned with the education and the experience of the people that are being nominated. I have reviewed all of the resumes that were submitted. Not everyone submitted a resume. And as a result, I would like to object to the appointment of Robert Judge and Shelley Mathurin. And I would like to support either Del Favaro, Malloyd, or Montz. And I specifically would like to read to you a portion of the Board of Trustees handbook because it is relevant here in that all items, I'm sorry. Oh, I lost my place. But basically, there's concern that everyone who serves on the board needs to be concerned with facts first and foremost. And I've noticed by some of the behavior of the past nominees and the current nominees that some of these people have actually spoken in opposition to our library and to our government. And I really want to see people on the board who will be advocates for the library. The library's mission is to educate everyone, to let them have equal opportunity to knowledge, and to protect and serve, not protect, but to serve our communities. And so those are my concerns, and I hope that you will take these nominations very seriously, because the future of our community depends on the health of our library. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Jamal Taylor, and he will be followed by Jared Eubanks.
Excuse me for slow walking. I had a medical procedure last Monday, but I didn't want to miss the fun and excitement of the council meeting. It's just always so exciting here. When we think about trusteeship, particularly on the library board where I was a member, and I think, as I recall, made the motion to hire Ms. Elberson, we need to hire people that are committed to the work of the fiduciary responsibility necessary for managing an organization with the budget of the size of the libraries. And so, as a former library trustee for the Lafayette Parish system, I have some reservations about both Judge and Matran as well, given the nature of their commentary publicly. I would, to both of the two nominations that you all made, sit a little differently. I think that those people have shown their resume show a capability to effectively do the job. Though I'd like to disseparate, I've mastered Robert's Rules of Order, so I'm able to straddle the fence. I think that we must hire people and appoint people to the library board that understand the responsibility and follow the policies of our library board, which has been a huge issue here recently. And so we need someone that will not embarrass us and have the American Library Association writing letters saying that we aren't following the canons of library trusteeship. And I think both Judge and Matran's nomination does that. We got to find a way to turn down the temperature, folks. I can come and hoop and holler up here every time, but if we want Lafayette to become the city where we do stupid stuff, then we keep appointing people that are far right, far left, whatever. If we can't get to the place where we're able to have a conversation and appoint people that are able to come to the middle of the road and make decisions in the best interest of anybody, then we will continue to be on national news for everything unsavory. So, speaking against Judge and Matran, of course speaking for both of the two nominations that you made. Thank you, gentlemen, for your nominations.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jared Eubanks, and he will be followed by Corey Levier.
Good evening. My name is Jared Eubanks. I'm a resident of District 5. I come here today to support Dr. Christy Malloyd. Not only is she a qualified public servant and educator, she is far more active in our community than, well, but a handful of people that I can count. Also, right now, with the kind of polarity on the board, I think her activity advocating with the League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan body, is exactly what we need. We need somebody who is looking to make this nonpartisan, who wants to make things accessible to everyone, which I think should be the goal of the library, and someone who will take seriously the roles and the guidelines of the body. For this reason, I ask you today to right some wrongs. I think we've made some appointments moving in a wrong direction. I think this is a chance to get us moving back in the right direction. So thank you for your time tonight.
Final speaker, Corey Levier. Levier? Okay, he's not here. That concludes the speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Taylor, I thank you for recommending earlier when you spoke that we turn down the temperature on this whole discussion. I couldn't agree more. I think over the last few weeks, there's been a lot of discussion about the Library Board of Control, and I'll be frank with you, overwhelming majority of the information that's been circulating has been disinformation. It's been deliberately used to communicate partial truths and deceive the public And really, it's been used to generate a smear campaign against members of the library board and this council, all in an attempt to further politicize the library system, which is a vital asset to the community. The attacks over the last few weeks against the Library Board of Control, have been perpetrated by members of the media, some state and local elected officials, and by current and former members of the library itself. And so I want to set the record straight tonight before we vote on this appointment, because I do think it is vital to the future of the library system. First, let me address the Library Board of Control's call for diversity of speakers and viewpoints within the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities grant. The presentation portion of the LEH grant was comprised of two portions. The first was a history of voter suppression, including the issues surrounding the founding of our nation, the 15th Amendment, women's suffrage movement, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Programs I personally would have loved to include my children in, since these are important and dear to my family. These are events that are historical, not political, and nobody even suggested differing viewpoints on these topics. Second, the second portion of the presentation consisted of current political issues, such as voter ID laws, voting rights for felons, voting rights for illegal aliens, and the abolition of the Electoral College, all of which are highly political issues. In fact, LEH stated on their very own website, in its own informational video on YouTube, what they were looking for in this grant, and they say, quote, "We're looking at historic and contemporary voter suppression tactics." The board did not approve this grant due to the former library director's refusal to include opposing viewpoints on this portion of the presentation. Now, to be clear, contrary to what the media has reported, not one person on this council, the Library Board of Controls, or anyone in the community that I've heard has called for members of the KKK or anti-women's suffrage speakers as a part of this, but that was what was reported in the media. And to imply this and to malign the character of hardworking library board members who volunteer their time is a manipulation of the facts in order to score political points, and I believe it's downright evil. The Library Board of Control gave direction, which is their responsibility.
Councilman Carlson, I hate to... Councilman Carlson?
Yes.
Excuse me. Any further outbursts, I will have you removed from the council chambers. We want to be respectful. We have been listening to everyone that has come to the mic. I'll ask you to do the same thing. If you want to have these little sidebar conversations, take it to the hall, but not in here. We're going to be respectful, we're going to be courteous, and we're going to be professional. Thank you. Continue, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Library Board of Control gave direction, which is their responsibility, to the former director to provide speakers from varying viewpoints of the current political issues, not historical issues. The Library Board of Control's goal was to ensure a robust exchange of ideas and an apolitical stance from the library. The Library Board of Control fully supported the presentation of historical context of voter suppression. Additionally, the Library Board of Control was attempting to keep the library apolitical, while the media, elected officials, and others in the community ran with coordinated, malicious, and outright false attacks on that board. Also, the Library Board of Control has done all it can to protect the library and ensure that it is a thriving part of our community for years to come. Secondly, there's been some questions regarding who has ultimate authority over programming in the library. And I want to read just a brief portion of a legal opinion by Assistant City Parish Attorney Mike Hebert, who references a state statute and says, pertinent to this question, the library programming policy states in pertinent part that the ultimate responsibility for programming at the library rests with the library director, who administers under the authority of the library control. This sentence correctly states the relationship between the Lafayette Library Director and the Lafayette Parish Board of Control. He says, although I take issue with the use of the term ultimate responsibility with regard to the library's director's authority, It is correct to state that the library director administers programming under the authority of the Board of Control, but the ultimate responsibility for programming rests with the Board of Control, which establishes rules and regulations for the government of the library. To summarize, the Lafayette Parish Library Board of Control is the ultimate authority for establishing Lafayette Parish Library programming. But the Board of Control may delegate and has delegated portions of that authority to the library director. The scope of that delegation is solely within the authority of the Board of Control, and it can be established, modified, or withdrawn in whole or part as the Board of Control may see fit. Again, as you can see, a poorly written policy of a prior board violates state statute, which clearly places ultimate authority within the library control. Look, I'm calling for the community to come together because I agree with you. I think the temperature has been turned up too high, and I believe that we deserve diversity of ideas and viewpoints and should never solely promote one idea or ideology. For me, when I go to make decisions on who I'm going to appoint to any board or commission, I look at a few criteria. One is, did they, after submitting their resume, did they make personal contact with me? Did they make any attempt through email or phone call to introduce themselves, give me a more than just a snapshot on a one-page resume? In this case, I had 3 members out of the 7 reach out to me directly to introduce themselves. That automatically, from my decision, winnows down the people that I'm going to seriously consider to those 3. I know there are people that were personal, close family friends of mine, never bother to reach out. Secondly, every time someone applies for a board or commission, I always ask them the same question. Tell me why you want to be on this board or commission. And then I want to listen to them. I want to listen to their viewpoints and their opinions. And then thirdly, I look at their resume, their qualifications, and what they bring to the table. And in doing so, after evaluating all 7 and ultimately 3 appointments or 3 candidates for this position, that is how I arrived at this decision. I wanted to put the information out there because if you read news articles or talk to people, you've only gotten part of the story. And I wanted to make it perfectly clear on the record all of the facts as well as how I arrived at the decision that I'll be making tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Any other comments from the council? Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your quotes were your conversation and argument was somewhat good, very good and whatnot. But I think what the audience is talking about is, at this particular time, that wasn't the discussion. You could have saved that one for the open mic. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where these people are talking about, you know, that's what they're getting at. And that's why they're a little upset because they don't get to talk about it at this particular time as well, because we wouldn't let them talk about it. So I think that's what the argument is right now, you know, but your comments are duly noted, but we could have saved them for open mic.
I'll remember that for next time. Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments? I do have one, and I know we're talking about the credentials of these individuals, and I guess I just need to remind everyone, what is that we advertise when we ask for people to step up, volunteers from the community? We're asking that they be a citizen of Lafayette, that they be a registered voter. You may have to do ethics training each year and maybe financial disclosure. But there's no specific qualifications like we see in some businesses and organizations where you must have a college degree or at least a high school diploma or years of experience. Nothing says that you have to be a library science major. It's not in there. It's very, very generic, very open to allow citizens to volunteer their time. We wanted individuals that are committed. I went through the roster of the board members, and it's interesting to take a look at their backgrounds, and that's what we're talking about, the qualifications. Who is best qualified to serve? And I'll just run down the education. We have a Bachelor of Science, a Master's of Business Administration, a BA, one, we're not sure, no given education level. We have an attorney. We have an Associate of Legal Studies. We have a Bachelor of Science, an associate degree. They range in profession from executive assistant to business owner to a director, one unknown, again, attorney, a bus driver, office manager, and a student. Very, very diverse. Did they adhere to the guidelines that were advertised in terms of wanting to serve? Absolutely. We didn't go down and say, well, it must be only attorneys. We didn't say that it must be someone with a business administration. So I think it's done that way for a very specific reason, to encourage people to get involved, which is so much needed. And, you know, just because I don't have a doctorate or a master's of education or whatever it is, it does not mean that I can't serve and serve effectively. These people have a lot to contribute, and they're dedicated. They're very dedicated. We ought to be thanking each and every one of these individuals for offering their time and services to our community. So anyway, I just wanted to make it clear that while, you know, we would like to add some qualifications, it's not written that way. So anyway, said enough. Okay. Any other comments? Ready to vote?
District 3?
Judge?
District 4?
Judge?
District 5? District 1?
Judge.
District 2?
Malloy.
Robert Judge is appointed.
Okay.
Appointment to the Lafayette Parish Waterworks District North Board for a 5-year term effective March 1st, 2021. Applicants must be district residents.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Nakan.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Mr. Richard.
Seeing that there are no other applicants, it's second. Let's go with the vote.
District 4?
Yes, Richard.
District 5? District 1? District 2?
Richard.
District 3?
Richard.
Jared Richard is appointed. Appointment to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board for a 4-year term effective March 1st, 2021. Applicants must be a minority as defined by Louisiana Revised Statute 382233.2. This is a joint appointment by the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council.
Again, we have two that have submitted applications, Ms. Rue and Mr. Morrison. Keep in mind that whatever we do must be also in concert with the City Council in terms of their recommendation as well. So I'll accept nominations for the first appointment. Either Ms. Rue or, Mr. Nakan.
Rue.
Any other? All right, let's call the vote.
District 5? District 1? District 2? District 3? District 4?
Rue.
Karen Rue is appointed. Appointment to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board for a 4-year term effective March 1st, 2021. This is a joint appointment by the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council.
And again, the same rule applies. When we make a nomination, it must coincide with the city and vice versa. Mr. Nakan.
Chris John. My point.
Mr. Tabor.
Nominate Lance Bale.
Any other nominations? Call for the vote.
District 1? District 2?
John.
District 3?
Beal?
District 4?
John.
District 5? Lance Beal is appointed.
Okay. Introductory ordinances, please.
Mr. Chair, you need a motion and a second for in globo.
Let's get to my, okay, introductory ordinance. I need a motion and second to introduce the ordinances. Motion by Mr. Narcan, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Cindy, please read.
Parish Ordinance 4, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital budgets of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $83,000 received from the ASPCA and increasing the use of 206 fund balance in the amount of $13,000 and appropriating both within the elected officials CAO department, Animal Shelter and Care Division for the purpose of expanding disaster preparedness and response capabilities for animals through the purchase of a transport vehicle. Parish Ordinance 5, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by authorizing the use of PY fund balance in the amount of $49,000 and appropriating within the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Juvenile Detention Division, for additional security at the Juvenile Detention Home. Parish Ordinance 6, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $32,819 received from the State of Louisiana Community Water Enrichment Fund and appropriating within the Community Development Department.
Council discussion. Not hearing any. Ms. Williams, any public comment? Let's vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. District 1? Yes. The motion to introduce in global is approved.
Before we move to the next item, just a little housekeeping under our rules. We are scheduled to run until 6 o'clock. We started at 4:31, so we're at 6:01. What I'm going to need to do, given the agenda, we're going to have to extend our meeting by 30 minutes within the rules. So I need a motion and a second to do that. Been moved by Mr. Carlson, seconded by Mr. Tabor, that we extend our council meeting by 30 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Go ahead and hit your.
Yes.
So we have extended our meeting by 30 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Escott, for keeping us straight. Okay, let's move on. Joint introductory ordinances. I need a motion and second from the council to introduce items 26 through 29 in global. Motion. Been moved by Mr. Narcan, seconded by Mr. Rubin. Cindy, please read.
Joint Ordinance 6, 2021, and Joint Ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending Chapter 6 of the Lafayette Consolidated Government Code of Ordinances relative to the issuance of alcoholic beverage delivery permits within the city and unincorporated parish of Lafayette. Joint Ordinance 7, 2021. A joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into a new exclusive contractual agreement with Acadian Ambulance Service Incorporated and Air Med Services LLC for emergency and non-emergency ambulance services within the jurisdiction of Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government. Joint Ordinance 8, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette and adjusting the manning tables of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of the City General Fund prior year fund balance in the amount of $1,535 to delete one mail clerk position and add one clerk 2 position in the Communications 311 Division of the Office of the CAO. Joint Ordinance 9, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council adopting an update of the official drainage map of Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and of the Lafayette Parish Drainage District established by Ordinance 289, 2001.
Any council discussion? Ms. Williams, any public comment? Call for the vote.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5, District 1, District 2.
Yes.
The motion to introduce in global is approved.
At this point, we'll turn to comments from the public. This is an opportunity to allow you to speak on any item that's not on the agenda. Ms. Williams, do we have any cards? We do, okay. All right, so this is the time to speak about topics relative to the parish of Lafayette that are not included as an agenda item. Again, I'll ask that there not be any debating or confrontational statements. Will not be allowed. For efficiency and to allow everyone an opportunity to speak, questions should be submitted in writing to the clerk of the council if you have any questions. Again, we have several of you who are wanting to speak. You're reminded that there is a 3-minute rule in effect. Ms. Williams, the first speaker.
First speaker is Kathleen Espinoza, followed by Keith Falk. And Mr. Falk, if you can come to the next mic.
Just keep alternating. We'll wipe them down and keep alternating so we can move along.
Okay,
Kathleen,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Espinoza. I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Lafayette. We would like to get some clarification from this body on recent actions by the Lafayette Parish Library Board of Control. And I would like to reference what Mr. Carlson said. You know, in the League, we do like to work with information at our disposal, minutes, resolutions, policies that are published on the website. So obviously, we certainly appreciate transparency, and certainly that what you provided. Excuse me. I would like to point your attention to a December 16th, 2020 resolution that you passed unanimously. I believe there was one person who was absent, authorizing the Lafayette Public Library to file the application for the grant. In this resolution, there is a description of the grant's purpose, and there is a pro forma clause in the resolution authorizing the parish president to facilitate the completion of the contract between the library and the Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities. There is an internal memo attached, dated November 24th, between the director of the library and the chief administrative officer that is submitted for the process for the council resolution. There is no mention, nowhere, not one, of the Library Board of Control. This presents as evidence to us that the Board of Control acted outside of its jurisdiction in denying the community this important library program. It was, of course, disheartening to learn that the majority of the board based its actions solely on their understanding that a discussion of these historical events related to the championing of the rights of all Americans, equal access to the ballot, that this should or could be presented as a debate. I think we can all agree, and I think Mr. Carlson also indicated this, that as participants in a democracy, we should be unified in our efforts to educate ourselves on historic injustices, to work to end injustices that still persist, and to better understand how an injustice for any one of us is an injustice for all of us. The best and most efficient path to understanding these injustices is done in part by engaging in community discussion. So we respectfully ask you, the parish council and governing authority, charged with approving and executing outside funding for the Lafayette Parish Library, how the Library Board of Control was able to do this and essentially go over your authority and deny us this program that I think we all need. The League believes that clarification is necessary, not just for the Lafayette Parish Library System, but for all boards and commissions that act under your authority. The League recognizes the important role that boards and commissions have in oversight of city and parish operations, and we are grateful for their service. They are volunteers. We also recognize that the efficient operation of city and parish services
Kathleen,
depends on
please
professionals
wrap up.
charged. And so, thank you.
Good.
That's
Thank
it.
you for your comments. And if you do have questions, again, I ask that you submit them to Ms. Williams. Next speaker.
Keith Falk, concerned community activist.
And the next speaker following Mr. Falk will be Jared Eubanks.
Mr. Carson, the question is not whether the library director or the library control board had the authority to deny certain programs. The question is, underneath the library's control policy, the library boards of control policy, it clearly states that programming would not exclude from consideration because of race, origin, background, views, or possible controversy. It would not exclude topics, speakers, and resources because of possible controversy. So I'm calling on those 5 board members to either resign or be terminated. The board president, he needs to resign or be terminated for violating the Employee Protection Act, the Privacy Act, for giving Ms. Elson's employee background while she was with the library, while she was employed by the library at that time at a public meeting without her consent or without her presence. Also, given the actions of the administration and the council, the parish council, and also the governing bodies, I'm calling that this government see that there is a problem with systematic racism. And until this government can address this problem, or even give some kind of addressing to this problem, it's just going to further divide this city and parish. So this government just needs to get on board of what the full parish need, not just one side of the parish, the full parish. Thank y'all.
Next speaker is Jared Eubanks. He will be followed by Jamal Taylor.
Good evening, I'm Jared Eubanks. I wasn't planning to speak. I appreciated everyone's respect of the rules and speaking strictly to the nominees they were supporting. Everyone in attendance, not necessarily the council themselves, of course. I am ashamed that we're here at the beginning of Black History Month talking about turning away free money so that we could have programming about voting rights and specifically the role of African American women in getting us where we are today. I also am dumbfounded that we're going to decide that the library can't talk about anything contemporary unless they set it up as a debate. The idea that we can't have programming regarding what is important in the future of our country is, without setting it up as some kind of like tit for tat, is just dumbfounding. And to pretend that this is the board making the situation less political is just downright not true. This is the board picking topics that they don't like and using this tit for tat reasoning to stop them from happening. We were just treated to a rant about how media are liars and evil, but I think hearing that these nominations were about anything other than political ideology is clearly patently false. I'm familiar with both Robert Judge and another, Ms. Armbruster, another recent nomination of the board. And the way I'm familiar with them is probably how most of the council is familiar with them, which is just a couple years ago, they were here arguing to cancel programming that did not meet their like social or political views. We are moving in a scary and bad direction And that's why there has been state and national attention paid to this, not because of lying, evil media. I am deeply disappointed in the lack of honesty and openness about the discussions of these appointments tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jamal. Could you hold your applause till all the speakers are completed? Thank you. Jamal Taylor, followed by Marja Broussard.
It's a shame that on the cusp of Black History Month, I have to come up here and lecture people on the importance of togetherness. Mr. Carlson, to respond to your commentary earlier that wasn't on the agenda, no, you and I do not agree because I think that your commentary is racially inflammatory. But moreover, to suggest that this city does not have an issue with race is laughable at best and disappointing and sad at worst. The fact that 4 privileged white people sit and look at me at a council meeting while 1 black representative sits up here, though our city makeup looks very different, is also very disappointing. Mr. Gilbo, I would lecture you on what you did to us earlier by precluding our commentary, however letting your white colleague to your left go on a rant about the rules that govern the library. To clarify to Mr. Carlson, your buddies on the library board that are patently racist bigots made a choice.
Mr. Jamal, let's keep it.
Is there a rule that precludes me speaking?
We don't need.
Is there a rule?
I'm not going to allow the attack of the
Can you
individuals.
pause my time because the chair, yeah,
No,
and
ma'am.
put it back.
No, sir. Continue.
No,
Continue.
sir, because I have no problem suing you all for violating my rights to speak.
You
I
may
assure
speak.
you on this good here Black History Month.
You
I
may
am-
speak.
No, sir, I control
You
the
may
time.
speak, but
Sir,
speak to
I
the
control-
issues.
Sir, I control the time. The time is mine, and you've interrupted it twice, but I'm going to reclaim it and say to you again that the people on that library board did things that are patently racist, and you just did one too because your buddy to your left again decided that you let him talk about Teresa Elbison here, but yet you didn't stop him, but you have the audacity to try to stop me? That's the problem with this city. Yes, there's an issue with race, and you're facilitating it by perpetuating the idea that I can't get up here and talk about somebody while your buddy 2 seats down can. As a black man, I assure you that I'm going to speak every time I want, and I am very aware of the legal remedy afforded to me to speak before this body. So for you to sit there and try to tell me what I can talk about is a testimony to your white privilege. But make no mistake, this is a new day in here. You don't get to run amok and say what I can and cannot say unless you have a rule that describes and name the rule that I violate in here. And so rather than trying to censor people, you may want to search your conscience and find out perhaps why you are asking and facilitating the racist behavior in this city from the broke parish council that doesn't have any money anyway. That's why we need a split from the city.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Marja Broussard. She's followed by Janice Green.
I don't know how to follow that. Whew. I am Marja Broussard. I am the Louisiana NAACP State Conference District Vice President, Board, Mayor President, citizens of Lafayette. While most of us are proud of the honorees tonight for Black History, with the exception of Carlos Harvin, I would think that you, Mayor President, being a graduate from Southern University Law School, which is a historical black college, that you, sir, would not be so hypocritical in honoring the first of all that you named earlier tonight, when you, sir, have been on attack for the against the black community, when you force a very good chief of police to resign, when you step over a very experienced chief deputy to put someone else in his place who he had served as an interim chief already, who we're proud to say is the city marshal of Lafayette, Louisiana. Can I get some? It's hypocritical for you to act, Mayor President, as if this is so wonderful when you continue to attack our community. Is it part of the confusion that you want us to, like the black chief, everybody just waiting to see what's going to happen? Because that's how you roll, okay? I would think that being a graduate from Southern University, I went to Southern, they taught us value. They taught us the history. They taught us the lives that were lost as a result of fighting for equality. And when I see that you are making, again, I'm proud of those that were not, honored tonight, but are you sincere about that? And Carlos Harvin, okay, let me leave Carlos out of this. Everybody knows the deal with Carlos Harvin. I just want to share a little more history. We stand on the shoulders of Joe Dennis, Janelle Shagwar, Father Alfred McKnight, Alfred McZeal, George Bowes, James Carlton, Dr. Rayfield Barenko, Tony Shashon, and many, many more. I just would think that someone who graduated from Southern University, historical black college, would have more compassion for black people because they learned it and they know about it. That's my comment. You guys have a good evening.
Next speaker is Janice Green, and she will be followed by Takuna El Shabazz.
Good evening. My name is Janice Green, a proud black and African woman who lives in America. In light of Black History Month, I'm standing on the shoulders and the strength and courage of my ancestors, which will not allow me to speak untruth. I can only surmise after Black history is over, we will get back to normal with the normal saying we are all one race. Yes. That's been the safety net that has been used, okay? I can agree, we are all humans, but if in fact we were all one race, then all humans would be afforded the same freedom, justice, and equality with all the liberties because of the because of the achievements they have brought forth to this country. I celebrate Black history every day because I do know Black is the presence of all things. I would like to share some words with you titled The Black Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to my brothers and sisters, the Black race, the original man and woman of the earth, founders of civilization. And through the struggle, if I must fight to bring my beloved brothers and sisters to justice, I will pledge to do that. Okay, because my brothers and sisters need to be brought to uncompromising freedom, and I pledge to study and discipline myself mentally and physically so that I may become a soldier for justice, because my brothers and sisters need strong and intelligent warriors. I pledge to stand tall if someone on their knees is not respected, and if I am challenged, I must say I will not surrender. I hope these words tonight be an inspiration for those who are struggling with coming into proper knowledge of the ugly untruth, with accepting the psychological damage of what 400 years of an oppressed Black people here in America. I'll leave you with a quote from Dr. King. It's nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity.
Next speaker, Takuna El Shabazz, followed by Tara Fogelman.
Could I just take a second? I have a technology problem. It's
her laptop. My iPad went out completely. Don't want me to speak.
There's a devil in here.
Ms. Williams, while they're doing this, why don't we call the other speaker?
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you ready? Okay.
Yes. Takuna Malana El Shabazz, President and founder of CCBE, Conscientious Council of Black Elders. Any effort by the government entities of Lafayette, Louisiana, to claim acknowledgement for the values of Black history and its celebration reeks hypocrisy and propaganda. Currently, the city government of Lafayette and many of its parish governmental entities are currently involved in the advocating of, either by commission or omission, Black culture genocide, taxation without representation, promoting Black self-hate, historical theft, economic exploitation, historical distortion, with the seemingly intent to solidify a form of white colonialism for the purpose of maintaining an economic cultural advantage over its Black population. A major partner in this demonic cultural, historic, and economic assault on the Black community is UL, a public, tax-supported university. The best way for Black people to celebrate Black history is to make more relevant Black history based on truth. Black people cannot do this by viewing themselves from the once gutter history of Cajun people or from believing that they live in an imaginary geographical area called Acadiana, and certainly not by thinking that Creole land is the historical base. The term Creole is a sublabel that was assigned to light-skinned offspring of enslaved Black women and young Black girls who were systematically raped by white slave masters. Creoles were made to believe that they were better than dark-skinned people and enslaved Black people who were much, much darker in hue and were socially engineered to hate Black people. The unflattering history and the unflattering historical description of Cajun is not my own, but it is what is written in your own works. You say, we cleaned up the term Cajun. I say bravo for all of you. But the term Cajun could never be cleaned up enough to reflect the truth of Black history and capture the richness of Black and African values that Black people must come to know. The derogatory term Cajun was created by one group of white people for another group of white people. The label Cajun was intended to relegate that rejected people to a level of white niggers. White people created both derogatory twin slurs. It is an insult to expect Black people with the knowledge of self to accept the Cajun label for themselves. The city of Lafayette is a government-funded modern-day nigger-making process for Black people overall, under the auspices of selfishness,
Sir,
the promotion of selfishness,
your
and the
time's
promotion of Cajun. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Tara Fogelman, followed by Wallace Senegal.
Good evening, Tara Fogelman. The last 2 weeks of Lafayette. On January 28th at the Patriots meeting, our mayor, after really disregarding the governor's mask mandate conversation, called some of our community sheeple. After saying, we have more in common than what divides us. Last week, the library committee proved that the lack of training they had before being placed on the actual committee, because they have no idea how to follow Robert's Rules of Order. It doesn't exist to them. Mr. Palumbo, the president, when asked if he knew who Harriet Tubman was, he responded, yes, my wife and I saw the movie. Also, I'd like to know from each one of you, what is the other side of the history of voter suppression, in your opinion? Because I'm very curious. Around the 29th of January, our mayor pushed the DA in accepting charges against someone who was practicing their First Amendment rights. Was that done on taxpayers' money and time, Josh Guillory? I'd like to know the following. How much does it cost the parish for a subpoena to be drafted, then to be served? And also a court appearance for charges to be dropped when they should have never been accepted in the first place? How much did that cost the community? Police on horses went looking for homeless campsites yesterday, making them homeless even more, if that's even possible. Whose idea was that? Were there crisis counselors present there to assist these people? Because in the pictures posted on Facebook, all I saw was a bunch of horses and trash. Then we lost Officer Kerr, and all he simply wants us to do is see people as people. But he was affected so much that he took his life. But we have more in common than what divides us. Living in Lafayette Parish under this administration is exhausting and embarrassing. And having council members sit quietly while dictatorship overpowers democracy is disturbing, to say the least. When will all of you grow a backbone and stand up for equality, showing respect of the next person with compassion? You wanted our vote so you could be our voice, but you can't have it both ways to fit your personal agendas now that you are sitting down in those seats. But again, we have more in common than what divides us.
Next speaker is
Ms.
Wallace.
Williams, before we move to the next, I'm going to have to again ask the council to extend our time by 30 minutes. I need a motion and a second. Excuse me. I need a motion and a second to extend by 30. Been moved in second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So ordered. Continue.
Wallace Senegal, followed by Sharon Patterson.
Good evening. Wallace Senegal with Concerned Community Activists. Man, I keep saying, fix the charter. Look what fix the charter got us. Look where we're at on fix the charter. We still got to go to a joint meeting. We still got to go to a city council meeting. What is it? Why is it that we have to be so divided? You know, we was supposed to be having a mayor, but yet no, we still wind up with a mayor president. Either we're gonna have a president for the city-parish and not a mayor, or we're gonna have just a mayor with a city address, city everything, in order to control our city. But right now, we don't have no mayor. We got a mayor president. And the mayor president is doing more, as far as I'm concerned, for the parish than he's doing for the city. You know, no reflection to you, Josh, because, you know, you doing it. You doing it the way you see do it. And we're all supposed to be Christian here. Most of us run to church on Sundays. But when we leave church after service, we tell Jesus, stay here till I come back next Sunday. And all during the week, we doing whatever we want to do. And it's not good for the city, but it seems like everything is good for the parish. And this is the question, you know, why we keep doing what we doing and seem like we digging a hole for us, and the only way to get out the hole is stop digging. Thank you, guys. And my name is Wallace Senegal, and I approve that message.
Next speaker is Sharon Patterson, followed by the final speaker, Alicia Roberts.
Good afternoon, Council. I just want to say about the library issue that I've done some research that all of us probably have done about Louisiana and education. Louisiana is consistently last in the nation. We are either 48th, 49th, or 50th in the last few years. We should be tired of being last. I'm sure all of us are tired of being last. And yet, when we have an opportunity to gain more education, it is turned down. There is education about voting rights that is not pretty. There is education about Japanese internment camps. That is not pretty. There is education about the Trail of Tears. That is not pretty. And yet, we have to be educated on these things. We have to teach our children to want to learn about our history, negative or positive, so that we can move forward in a positive way. And it's not just our children. When you're talking about the library, there are older people like me who enjoy the programs at the library and who learn from those programs. And we can't just learn about the pretty things. That's not the history of the United States. There's bad things and there's good things. We can take the bad things and progress and learn from them. But the fact is, if you ignore or hide the history, we will not grow and we will continue to stay last. Why are we always last in positive things and first in negative things? And again, it's a brief comment, but I just want to say I can't be the only one who is tired of being last. Thank you.
Next, final speaker, Alicia Roberts.
My name is Alicia Roberts. I promise I'll be nice tonight. So I wanted to ask, I had like all this research and everything, because anybody that knows me knows that I'm a data nerd, but I guess my first question is, when it comes to the Library Board of Control, why are we not taking our direction from some of the most successful library systems in the country? That would probably be our best bet, is to look at how it is and possibly follow the example of those most successful, like the Los Angeles County Library System or the New York City Public Library System. But I guess what I want to address after hearing some of Mr. Gilbo's comments earlier is, what makes a Library Board of Control candidate qualified? Well, for you to sit there and say that no qualifications past being a district resident and a registered voter matter is absurd. Would you want an unqualified doctor who read a bunch of books and really wanted to do it, operating on you or making medical decisions for you? Same with an attorney. Do you want an attorney who doesn't know anything? No, you want somebody qualified and educated. So why are you treating our library board like a participation trophy? We are not stocking that board with our best and brightest when it comes to library issues. We want educators, people with highly informed minds about literature and library science in itself. Why would we settle for 20-year-old children who have no qualifications to be on a library board to be on the library board? The appointments over the last year smack of cronyism and nepotism, and this current administration is sending us even further back to the storied, corrupt politics that Louisiana is world-renowned for, and it's shameful. Mr. Carlson, your soliloquy was the exact type of propaganda that you were ranting against. Tonight's vote for Mr. Judge is an embarrassment. This council, based on that vote, is an embarrassment. And a perfect example of why this parish, as well as this state, suffers from a massive brain drain of epic proportions. You claim to love the library, and you claim to love the library we have, but you've been working now to rob it blind and work against it with your appointments for the last 2 years. For a party, since most of you represent the same party, that claims to love fiscal responsibility and small government, you are overly involved in the library, and you sure have been punitive to make sure the library works hard against the fiscal responsibility they displayed. I do also want to agree with a prior speaker in the fact that we need a mayor for Lafayette, because if we're going to deconsolidate, we need to do it right. And also, people need to wear their masks, like your employees in the lobby. And people need to wear their masks correctly, which means over their nose. And maybe an example might be led by the president.
Mr. Chair, no other speakers.
Not hearing any further discussion or comments. Meeting adjourned. We do have a emergency meeting, a joint emergency meeting to follow.
Immediately following, so
So
we'll
just
just call
hold
in,
your
yeah,
seat.
we'll just call in the city council.
Yeah, on that intro of those funds that are coming from, no. No, it's,
Hey, what we have to do? What we do?
You're over here, Eddie. Here, no, this is yours.
I don't know, that's not us. Josh. Let me. Come on, V. I open the joint meeting and call the parish council meeting to order.
I call the city council meeting to order.
We welcome you to the Lafayette City Council and Lafayette Parish Council Emergency Joint Meeting. As presiding officer and chair, I would like to make the following announcements. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on the agenda, please fill out the speaker form and submit it to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given an opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available. Items for submission to the council should be handed to the council clerk, Ms. Veronica Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official records. The 3-minute rule is in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. At this time, I ask that you please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by resolution and not by Robert's Rules of Order. All documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement in boards and commissions. If interested, call 291-8800. Chair announcements. I have one announcement. Due to the Mardi Gras holiday, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays. Meetings will return to their typical schedule in April. Emergency ordinance to consider accepting $7 million for rental assistance. Any comments from the chair or anyone else?
No.
Okay. Joint emergency ordinance for final adoption. This is a public hearing and speak.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I think Cook is flashing to speak.
She wants to
Oh,
put it on the,
oh,
there you go.
I'm sorry.
She's flashing.
You flashing.
I'm flashing.
Go ahead, flash. Do it.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to wish our chairman, Liz Webb Abear, a happy birthday today.
Whoa.
We could give. She is the youngster in the crowd, so I figure she gets to wear that crown for, being the youngest. So, happy birthday.
Good to be 30 again, huh, Liz?
Yeah, 30, 21. Right.
Okay. Okay. All right, we have it all covered. I'm sorry. All right, joint emergency ordinance for final adoption. This is a public hearing, and speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the councils. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, please read.
Joint Ordinance 10-2021, an emergency joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $7,287,290.90, an emergency rental assistance program, funds received from the U.S. Department of the Treasury, and appropriating funds within the Community Development Department.
I need a motion and second from the parish council. Moved by Mr. Carlson, seconded by Mr. Tabor.
I'd ask for a motion and a second from the city council. I have a motion from Nakhan and second from Lazard.
Any council discussion? None? Not hearing any? Ms. Williams, public comments?
Yes, sir. We did have 6 citizens who signed in who did not wish to speak to support the emergency ordinance, and we do have only one speaker, Mr. Wallace Senegal.
Mr. Senegal. Hold on, Mr. Senegal. Let me get you. Go ahead.
Wallace Senegal with concern community activists. I'm in support of this emergency money like I say, if we're gonna be Christian, let's make sure that our Christian brothers be taken care of also. We're in a pandemic, and us being in that pandemic, you got a lot of people not working, you got a lot of people that's not able to take care of their rent. We got enough homeless people in Lafayette. We don't need people homeless, that especially when we could help them with the rental assistance, with a rental assistance program. Thank you, guys. I'm Wallace Senegal, and I approve this message too.
Thank you, Mr. Senegal. We appreciate it.
No other speakers, Mr. Chair.
No other speakers. We'll now call for the vote of each council. We'll start with the parish.
Parish District 1,
Yes.
Parish District 2, Parish District 3,
Yes.
Parish District 4,
Yes.
Parish District 5,
Yes.
City District 1,
Yes.
City District 2,
Yes.
City District 3,
Yes.
City District 4, City District 5. The motion from the Parish Council is approved. The motion from the City Council to adopt is approved.
Next item, joint introductory ordinance. Please read, Ms. Cindy.
Joint Ordinance 11-2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, recognizing and ratifying the emergency appropriations authorized by Emergency Ordinance, Joint Ordinance 10-2021, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $7,287,290.90, an emergency rental assistance program, funds received from the U.S. Department of the Treasury, and appropriating funds within the Community Development Department.
Comments from the public concerning the above introductory ordinance. Ms.
No
Williams.
comments, Mr.
No
Chair.
comments. I'll now ask for a motion from the parish. I need a motion and a second. Been moved by Mr. Tabor, seconded by Mr. Carlson.
I'm going to ask for a motion and a second from the city council. I have a motion by Lewis and a second by Cook.
Any council discussion? Not hearing any. Ms. Williams, any public comments?
No, sir?
Call for the vote.
Parish District 2, Parish District 3,
Yes.
Parish District 4,
Yes.
Parish District 5, Parish District 1,
Yes.
City District 2, City District 3,
Yes.
City District 4, City District 5, City District 1. The motion to introduce from the Parish Council is approved. The motion to introduce from the City Council is approved.
I adjourn the city council meeting.
I adjourn the joint meeting of the parish council meeting.
And we will begin the Lafayette City Council meeting.
Okay.
How you doing?
Hey, Mr. Clerk. He's outside. His name is Julie.
Oh, no.
Council members, if you want to, you're going to roll right into the next one.
Thank you.
We're going to roll right into the next one. Veronica, are you ready to go to the next one? We're setting up. We're gonna walk.
I don't know, I go with the flow. Sid explains. I just know whenever there's a proof, I can sign it. Amen. Keep that right hand going good.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Liz, I got time to run the restroom, or will you stop right now?
I'm gonna get it rolling at least, but yeah, by the time you come back.
I'll wait, okay.
Yeah, by the time you come back.
Yeah.
Would you like to do the pledge or the prayer? Okay. You want to do the pledge?
Happy birthday. And you and V kind of got the animal print working today.
Okay. Oh, well, yes, of course.
Oh, that's, yeah, great idea.
Can you write down his name for me? Okay, I can do that.
I'm ready. But yeah, but that's it. And it's
Sorry,
a
Mr.
gift to have all that money, so yeah, we can have
Yes.
no problem. I hear y'all about to take them to campers that camp in the woods behind the house.
Yeah.
Across the river.
Anything new? Any?
Keep me in the loop.
I can see you coming. Why myself, right? What's it called? Like coffee.
Absolutely. Although I don't know about the public.
That's exactly what I said. I was like, look at y'all.
On purpose. Well, yeah, keep me posted.
All right, y'all ready? Ready? Are you ready?
Talk later, yeah.
Um,
I was going to talk to you about the commercials.
Roll up a second, Liz. Liz, roll up a second ahead.
Ready?
Yeah, give me a minute.
I call this meeting to order. I'm going to invite Pastor Banks to come up and lead us in prayer, and I'm going to have Councilman Nakhan lead us in pledge. Pastor Banks?
Almighty God, the giver of every good and every perfect gift, we stand in your awesome presence, and we invite the presence of your Holy Spirit to move among us tonight. We ask, oh God, that you would look deep within our hearts. If there's anything there that shouldn't be, that you will remove it and move us in the way everlasting. We know, oh God, that we may not always be in agreement, but if we are who we say we are, born of the Holy Spirit, and let that Holy Spirit abide within us, we can overcome all obstacles. We thank you, Father, for this day. We thank you, Father, that you decided to give us one more try. We ask, dear Father, that whatever divides us, that you will move, Father, and bring unity, love, forgiveness, patience, and above all, understanding. We thank you, Father. Oh, we thank you, Father. But above all, we thank you for our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that while we were yet sinners, he decided to come and die on our behalf. We pray, Father, for leaders. Give them the wisdom of King Solomon, the patience of Job, and the love of Jesus Christ. It is in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Beautiful.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chairman Hebert.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Beautiful. I welcome you to the City Council meeting. As presiding officer, chair, and birthday girl, I'd like to announce the following. This is a public hearing. To address the council on any item on this agenda, please fill out the speaker form and submit it to the clerk prior to the call of the agenda item, or you will not be given the opportunity to speak. Staff assistance is available if needed. Items for submission to the council should be handed to Council Clerk Veronica L. Williams, seated to my left. When addressing the council, state your name and title for the official record. The 3-minute rule will be in effect. No debating or confrontational statements will be allowed. The front row to my left is for media only. Food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. Please silence your cell phone and electronic devices. Meeting procedures are by resolution, not Robert Rules of Order. All documents with reference to meetings can be found on the LCG website. And finally, the council encourages your involvement on boards and commissions. If interested, call 291-8800. Announcements. Due to the Mardi Gras holiday, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled for the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays. Meetings will return to their typical schedule in April. I do not have any council announcements. I am seeing Councilman Lewis, you have an announcement, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let public out there and my fellow colleagues, council members, as of noon today, resume submission are closed for Protect the City Committee. Each council member has made their direct appointments, and there were 19 resumes submitted, or applicants interested in the 2 appointments to be made by the council as a whole. The final 2 appointments will be made during the City Council meeting on February 23rd of this year. There was a lot of interest in the committee, and we received many calls to get more information of the committee. I want to thank all the citizens who called and have expressed interest in the committee. I just want to let everyone know that it has been successful so far. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. Next up, we have the Executive Mayor Report. Mayor President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the budget to actual comparison of major city funds for December 2020 preliminary, which was submitted to the council prior to the meeting. If you have any questions, Director Tues is behind me. And not seeing any questions, we do have a very special recognition with the council's permission, and it is to recognize a local hero, and that's Mr. Quintrell Feast. And Alton with the fire department will come up, and as he comes up, I have a summary of why we're recognizing him. This is very rewarding. So tonight, again, we recognize Mr. Quintrell Feast, an extraordinary citizen that we are commending for his heroic acts of bravery, to say the least. On the afternoon of January 15th, a fire broke out at Victoria Village Apartment, which is at 102 Van Buren Drive. Though the Lafayette Fire Department arrived on the scene with 6 fire units and 20 firefighters within 5 minutes of being alerted, the 2-story building was already engulfed in flames. Now, fortunately, no one was in the apartment believed to be where the fire started. Unfortunately, a mother and her 2 small children were in the apartment across the hall. The mother was not able to use her door to evacuate the apartment due to the intense flames and heat. Her next option was to take her children to the bedroom window and call out for help. Her cries were answered by Quintrell Feast, who was safely outside. Oh, there's more to it. Watch this. He caught both children. This is 2 stories. He caught both children, then their mother, from their upstairs window. And the fire department has credited him with this quick thinking and brave act that most assuredly saved them from harm and should be commended. So now I definitely would ask you to please join us in recognizing this hero. Thank you.
So, Mr. Feast, on behalf of the City of Lafayette Fire Department, we want to give you a letter of commendation for your heroic efforts. I investigated the fire, so I was able to see a lot of the video footage, take pictures, and I can tell you from the amount of intense smoke and heat coming from that window, if you hadn't seen it, and for you to be downstairs and present at that time was definitely heavenly sent, because you saved the family, and they're very appreciative, and we are too.
That's right.
Take a picture.
Thank you. Here, y'all want to join in? Pat? Oh, the mama! Yes! You're so sweet!
Yes.
Come on, Grandma!
That's beautiful.
I know. Oh, we got little ones. Oh, we got little ones. Oh, we got baby.
Shoot.
That's sweet.
I wish you could mind. Smile. Sid, I don't think I was smiling. Can you take it over?
So if you all would give me at least 30 seconds, on behalf of the Lafayette Fire Department, if you've been following, the fire chief wanted me to at least offer our condolences to the two families. We've had 2 fatalities in the city of Lafayette within the past 72 hours. So it's been pretty difficult for one who have actually had unfortunately to investigate these fires. We're going to have more information on the determination probably tomorrow and the weeks coming. Both of the gentlemen were elderly, 68, 69. Both had family out of state, so they lived alone. So we're making contact with the family, but just wanted to offer our condolences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, is that all?
That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next up for ceremonial presentations, we have the recognition of Wilford Pierre, the Trailblazer Award. Pat Lewis, I'll give you the floor. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you just heard that the council chair lady said there's an award for recognition for a Trailblazers Award. That's something that was dear to my heart that I want to give this, since I've been on the council for the last 5 years, Mr. Wilford Pierre. What was very, very outstanding to me when I was growing up, he's a little older than I am, I'm going to tell y'all that now. But you have sisters and brothers my age and nephews. But I remember when I was walking, about 18 years old, I was going somewhere minding my own business. I know he don't remember that because that's about 40, 50 years ago. But I recall. He stopped me and gave me a ride. And he said, "Louis, you're staying out of trouble." I said, "Yes, I'm doing the best I can." Mm-hmm. He had application, because he had just became a council member. And in application, he told me, go get your job. And I told him, "Mr. Pierre," I didn't say Mr. Pierre, then I called him by his nickname, I won't say Wilford. I said, I'm getting ready to go to college. And he said, "Well, okay, good for you. But these are applications right here. And then if you go to the city, they perhaps can help you pay your way through college. That's the kind of man he was. I didn't take his offer. I went to USL instead. And he happened to see me going to my classes. Louis, come here. You have a job? I said, I don't know how to go by getting a job. And what he told me that stuck in my mind today. If you don't know, ask a question. How will you ever know if you don't ask? So I told him, I said, well, I'm asking you, can you help me get a job? Dean Pratt, if anybody went to USL, y'all remember Dean Pratt? He told Dean Pratt, this is my brother's neighbor right there. You help him get a job. That was my first college job at USL. I remember that very frankly. In fact, I applied for a job at USL probably about years ago after that. I told Dean Pratt was the one that was interviewing me. And I told him, you're the one to give me my first job. And he remembered that, you know, through Wilford Pierre. So what I'm saying all that to say that he's not only, the reason why I decided to give him that Trailblazers Award is because of what he did for me. And I'm sure what he did for me, he did for a lot of other people. And I heard him talk about that. A lot of people that's successful in life, he did a lot of things for them. So that's why I recommend that he gets this Trailblazers Award. There's a few other things that I just kind of let you guys know that he accomplished. Mr. Wilford Pierre, during his tenure, Wilford was instrumental in receiving funds for the Martin Luther King Center, Colbert Street Fire Station, which is demolished now, but I think in about a couple of more months we should start putting up another fire station out there at the Cooper. That's by Queen of Peace Church. Okay. Then he was also instrumental in funding for the University Underpass. If you live on that side of town, between Uval Street or the railroad track and Interstate 10 or Carencro, and you need to go to the hospital or anywhere, you couldn't go if the train was passing. You had to go all around to the other end of the pass right here off of Jefferson Street. So that was very, very, very important for the people on the north side. If they need to get to the hospital anywhere, that was very important for them to get there. And I remember waiting for the train to pass. Sometimes it would take 15, 20 minutes just sitting there for the train to pass. So that's something he did as well. The Acadian Recovery Center downtown. He was the first black city council member that served from 1976 through 1990 with Ms. Cook's dad, Mr. L. Simo. I remember them serving together. He was the first black legislator for District 44, served from 1991 to 2007. And now his nephew, Vincent Pierre, is the representative now of District 44. He received his bachelor's from USL. And he was also co-owner of a janitorial service, 3 Frenchman janitorial service for 30-plus years. Okay, so I have his award to give Mr. Pierre, and whoever's with you, your family and friends, y'all can start walking over, and I'll just read this little thing right quick. And his nephew, Mr. Vincent Pierre, have something to say. Let me read this first, then I'll be glad for you to give you your award as well. In acknowledgement of this service to your community, this certificate of commendation is presented to express deep gratitude, and it represents Lafayette official recognition of your unselfish and understanding service to Lafayette, which has made the city of Lafayette a better place to live. Okay. Liz, put my mic on. The mic.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Before you guys settle down, right now you can't tell who's Mr. Wilford. Mr. Wilford, get in the front, please. I want y'all to know who's Wilford Pierre. It's been a long time, sir, that you've been in this auditorium here, right? See, been many, many years, huh? Enjoyed it. How many? 15 and a half. Wow. And that's Mr. Simon's daughter right here. Vince, it's on you.
Thank you, and thank you all for this wonderful opportunity that you provided for my uncle tonight. I have a special recognition and special award from the governor who could not be with us tonight. Governor John Bell Edwards' official statement in the name and by the authority of the state of Louisiana, I, John Bell Edwards, together with the citizens of the great state, do hereby give special recognition to former State Representative Wilford Pierre in acknowledgement of his 16 years of dedicated service, unyielding leadership to the people of this great state of Louisiana from 1991 to 2007. And let me just tell you that the last 4 years of his tenure at the state, he was chair of natural resources during the heart and the time in which Lafayette oil and gas industry was thriving, and he served very admirably. And tonight, I just want to thank him for his leadership and what he's not only done for the state, but the city of Lafayette. And for that, I have an award for you. Thank you, Uncle.
Yeah, and could the council members stand behind? Look.
Poor thing. She needs to be in the front. Put her in the front there, so she can see it. There we go.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Sure, it's good to see you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, you too. Next up, we have the recognition of Trinity Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, the Lafayette Historic Register. Glenn Lazard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
It gives me great honor to assist in the presentation of this award to Trinity, very historic church, recognized in its official designation by the Lafayette Consolidated Government Preservation Commission as a historic property and its official listing as such. I'd like to call Ms. Sherry Broussard, one of the commissioners of the Landmark Commission, to assist in the presentation of the award. And Pastor Banks and the Trinity family, please.
Where do I go? I'm Sherry Broussard. Okay. Okay. Which way do y'all want me to do it? Well, first of all, I got to thank these wonderful people for their patience. I've sat through these meetings, and this was interesting. But I'm so happy that Trinity is here, and I want to just give a little brief background because it would take too long to tell you this very extensive history. So I begin by saying to the mayor president, to the councilman, and to all LCG people, staff that are here tonight, thank you. I've been charged with presenting it with Ms. Kathy. The church has been recognized historically and culturally. It was built in 1872 by freed slaves or enslaved people. It's still standing on Lee Street. Now, that longevity of the church is beautiful, and so we're constantly working on it. I was so happy I worked on it actually almost a year to get to where we are now. I serve on the Preservation Commission, and so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. But I want to thank the church. As you can see, they're all here. Minister Banks is here. I'm so happy. And I thank you guys again for the recognition. We have a lot of hidden Black history in this community. I got a shovel. I'm still trying to dig it up. But I found a lot. And one of the treasure troves was this church. So 1872, freed slaves, still going strong. So at this time, would you present the flag, sir? Okay. Could you read what it says, please? I don't have it, so please read it. And the beginning of it was 1872. So keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Certainly on behalf of the officers and members of the historical Trinity CME Church, which is second to none, I want to thank the Lafayette President and the Commission for this honor. 149 years old, and I am the first African-American woman pastor of that church. I am the first. I am the first presiding elder of the New Orleans District of the Louisiana Conference. All praise be to God. All praise be to God.
Thank you all, appreciate it, and congratulations. Now moving on to reports and our discussion items. Cindy, will you please read?
LCG Open Book Online Budget Interactive Tool.
I'm going to ask to bring up Ms. Lori Tues, our Chief Financial Officer. While she's coming up, I want to thank Lori, her team, the administration. If you remember, this is something that has been a passion project of mine. In 2019 and 18, I passed resolutions for opencheckbook.com or LafayetteCheckbook.com. So I'm thrilled under our new budget software we purchased, we've been able to do this at no cost. And what this is, and Lori will dive a little bit deeper into this, is it allows any citizen to be able to go online and at lcg.openbook, but we're going to give you the actual address. You could go on and see anything that we spend money on at LCG. You can see it on here. And so Lori's going to give us a brief demonstration, but there'll be information on the LCG website about this as well. I know this council especially really strives for transparency, as does the administration. So Josh and Sidra, thank you for this. Sidra and we worked on this in the previous administration as well. So Lori, feel free, take it away. The table's yours.
Sure. First, I'd like to say that I want to thank the staff. The staff was very instrumental in us figuring out that there was a module for open book as a part of our budget software. When the new mayor came in and he said that that was definitely something that had to get done sooner rather than later, I went back to the staff and they remembered from looking at the RFPs that the budget software did have something that could facilitate this for us. So it is different. It's not like everybody else's. There's a few governments out there with the Questica software, but and every one that you see will have some pros and cons. Ours, very, very important, has this button right here. If you use this button to provide feedback, it'll go to the right people, and we can be sure to get you the information you need, or even take your feedback, because it is a product that is still under construction. We're constantly improving it, and it could do a whole lot of things, but what we wanted to do is provide something simple and easy that everyday citizens could understand and not overload it with so much data. So we chose 3 points of data. We went back for 3 years. We had pie in the sky ideas that we could get this done and show everything we ever wrote a check on, and we became a bit overwhelmed. So what we did was limited it to 3 years, and that information, it updates all 3 years once a week, every time we update it. And we know that when you're updating large volumes of data like this, you could have problems. And if there's a problem, you see something unusual on the screen when you're looking at it, that's what that feedback button is for. I've noticed a little glitch here and there, and as I said, it's a project in work, and it's constantly improving. Now, one thing it's important to note that there is a small amount of general accounting knowledge that you'll need to have when you look at this. Most people aren't going to spend a lot of time looking at the charts and graphs, but this is last fiscal year. And looking at the charts and graphs, you can look at it many different ways. You can go to pie charts, you can separate it, look at actual numbers, budget numbers, you can sort it by highs and lows. You can look at summaries per line item that, well, this is at the department level, but as you drill down, you can see line item. So it gives you a whole lot of information. Most people want to see who we wrote checks to. I'll show you that in a minute. But for example, in this graph here, the blue line is a budget line. We budget based on cash. How much cash do we have in the checkbook to write that check, right? But the pink line is based on accounting rules and regulations and government rules and regulations on how you record those expenditures. So you'll see some things in there. For example, when I pay principal on debt, I need cash to pay that principal, so I need the money in that blue line, but the money is not in the pink line because it's recorded different for accounting purposes. But that is something that's handy. Probably, maybe students will use that more than citizens. I think citizens will be mostly interested in the checks we wrote. So we go to the first block on there, and we can look at the checks we wrote last year. Now, we could put a ton of information on this and overwhelm people, but what we tried to do is include the basic questions that people ask for. We tried to include it where if you spend just a minute shrinking these columns here with your cursor, you can get everything there is on one line, so you're not constantly scrolling back and forth and getting lost. So we did this on purpose. We limited it to information here. And now you can see what we have checks written for. Now, I know a lot of the codes and all, but I don't know the code for the Animal Control Fund. And I don't think a citizen should have to know the code for the Animal Control Fund either. But they could go right here and filter on this button, Fund, and just say the fund name contains animal. And they are going to get all the checks written for the Animal Control Fund without having to know any of the secret codes and numbers. So maybe they want to know, I'm terrible with spelling, so perhaps that's why I remember this one the most, but maybe they want to know how many checks we wrote to Centos. So they could go here. They don't need to know the vendor number. They can just type in Centos. And they can see how many checks Animal Fund wrote to Centos. And they could drill down like that. Now, one thing to note, we got some feedback from, we got one feedback from a person who wanted to know, how do I export the data? Well, that's real easy. There's a little button right here. Export the data. Now, when you export the data, you're going to get everything. You're not going to get what you drill down on this page. So you'll need to know how to use that. But the information, it's all out there. It's updated every week. As I said, there's some degree of accounting you need to figure out, but not when you're looking at the list of checks. When you're looking at the list of checks, this is my checkbook register. It's just like a register that you would have kept at home back in the old days when we actually wrote physical checks, right? We encourage feedback because the product is new and it's constantly improving. The company has been very good to work with and for. We've given them some recommendations of things we'd like to see, and they have received, they've been very open to that communication. So take a look at it. The website is lcg.openbook.questica.com, and we look forward to your feedback.
Lori, thank you for that. How often is this updated, or is this real time?
It is as close to real time as you can get. It's updated every Monday. We usually run our batch of checks on Thursday, Friday, and then we're waiting till Monday to do the upload. It is designed, if it ever, we want real time, we can get to real time, but since we're only printing checks once a week or making payments, I'm excited to announce we're now doing electronic payments to vendors since our budget was cut and we can't buy as many checks that we used to. So we're now doing EFT, automatic deposits into the vendor's checking account, and that went over real well this last payment cycle. But those will also be in the system.
Okay, well, great. Well, I love it. I encourage our constituents to please, please, please utilize this and utilize the feedback button. Thank you. I don't see any council members with feedback. Well, thank you, Lori. That's all we have. Appreciate it.
And thank the staff. The staff really
yeah.
they were excited to work on something new. And Kearney's group, Kearney, Shane, and Denise, I think were the primary people working on it. But they did a real great job.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Moving on to resolutions. This is a public hearing, and speaker forums are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, will you please read?
City Resolution 3, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the filing of an application with Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Criminal Justice for a 2019 Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grant for the Lafayette Police Department.
Can I get a motion and a second? I have a motion by Nakhan, second by Lazard. Council discussion. Not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? Yes. The motion to adopt is approved.
Joint resolutions. This is public hearing, and speaker forums are available. 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, please read.
Joint Resolution 5, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 146 Sandest Drive to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Cook, second by Lewis. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Resolution 6, 2021, a resolution of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing a non-warranty cash sale of 323 Nottingham Circle to an adjoining landowner pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 472202B for the price of the sale's anticipated costs.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Nakhan, second by Cook. I'm not seeing council discussion. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
Next on to ordinances for final adoption. Public hearing. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, please read.
City Ordinance 7, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council approving a conditional use permit as to allow a self-service storage facility case number 0N2020-25, 900 Evangeline Drive, conditional use permit, located generally east of North University Avenue, north of Cameron Street, and west of Ben B. Street. The particular parcel to be granted a conditional use permit.
I have a motion by Lewis, a second by Cook. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 8, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify the property of XC Systems LLC, case number 0N2020-26, 1008 Carmel Drive rezoning, located generally south of Carmel Drive, west of Pinhook Road, and north of Fred Street. The particular parcel being rezoned from residential single-family to commercial heavy.
I have a motion by Nakhan, second by Cook. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2? District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 9/2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into an entity-state agreement with the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development for H003459 I-49 interchange sidewalks.
Can I get a motion and a second? Council Nakhan is a motion, second by Lewis. I'm not seeing any council discussion, and do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4? Yes. District 5? Yes. The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 10/2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council adjusting the manning tables within the Parks and Recreation Department, J. and Lionel Aber Municipal Golf Course Division, and the Laveau Shane Golf Course Division by reallocating the Equipment Operator 1 positions to Equipment Operator 2 positions.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Cook, second by Lazard. Council discussion, not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, go to a vote.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
I'm not 5.
District 1? The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 11/2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 2021 capital budget of the Lafayette City-Parish Consolidated Government by zeroing out the utility cart and tractor activities and creating fairway mower, rotary motor, and tractor mount spreader activities within the Parks and Recreation Department, Laveau Shane Golf Course Division.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Nakhan, second by Cook. Council discussion, not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1? District 2?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. City Ordinance 12/2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council providing for the abandonment of a 10-foot utility easement on Tract A located at 1321 Ambassador Caffrey Parkway.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Cook.
Second.
Second by Nakhan. Council discussion, not seeing any. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2? District 2?
Hello?
2?
Hello?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved.
You had me doubting myself there for a second. All right, joint ordinances for final adoption. Cindy, will you please read?
Joint Ordinance 3/2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by rededicating .075 mills from Fund 274 Cultural Economy to Fund 260 Road and Bridge Maintenance.
Can I get a motion and a second? Second. Motion by Cook, second by Nakhan. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
The motion to adopt is approved. Joint Ordinance 5/2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital budgets of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing revenues in the amount of $67,500 received from the Louisiana Office of State Parks for a Land and Water Conservation Program grant for the Nature Station, transferring matching funds from Nature Station Elevated Boardwalk in the amount of $67,500 and appropriating within the Community Development Department.
Can I get a motion and a second? Motion by Nakhan. Second by Lazard. I'm not seeing any council discussion. Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to a vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5? The motion to adopt is approved.
Next up, announcements on vacancies and boards and commissions. Cindy, will you please read?
A vacancy exists on the People's Safety Initiative Board for the remainder of an unexpired 2-year term through August 31st, 2022. Applicants must be dietitians. A vacancy will exist on the People's Safety Initiative Board as of March 1st, 2021. This is a 3-year term. Applicants must be medical doctors. Individuals wishing to submit a resume for the above volunteer vacancies must be a registered voter and a resident of Lafayette Parish. Yearly ethics training for all appointees is required, as is financial disclosure under certain circumstances. Resumes are to be forwarded to Veronica L. Williams, Clerk of the Council, P.O. Box 4017-C, Lafayette, Louisiana 70502, or email to bclafayette@lafayettela.gov no later than noon, Tuesday, February 23, 2021, with appointments to be made at the March 9, 2021 regular meeting of the Lafayette City Council. Resume submissions are public record.
Thank you. Moving on to consider appointments by council as a whole for boards and commissions. Cindy, will you please read the appointment?
Appointment to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board for a 4-year term effective March 1, 2021. Applicants must be a minority as defined by Louisiana Revised Statute 382233.2. This is a joint appointment by the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council.
I see I have one nomination. Councilman Nakhan, you have the floor.
Karen Rue.
Am I getting any other nominations? Councilman Lewis, you have the floor.
Purvis Morrison.
All right, we have both up for nomination, Purvis Morrison and Karen Rue. Karen Rue is the incumbent. Council discussion? I'm not seeing any. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's go to a vote by saying Morrison or Rue.
District 3,
Rue.
District 4,
Rue.
District 5,
Morrison.
District 1, District 2,
Rue.
Karen Rue is appointed. Appointment to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Board for a 4-year term effective March 1st, 2021. This is a joint appointment by the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council.
All right, the resumes received for consideration are from Christopher C. John, Lance Beal, Purvis Morrison, and Karen Rue was already selected. So it will be Chris John, Lance Beal, Purvis Morrison. Councilman Nakhan, you have the floor.
Mr. Beal.
I have a nomination for Mr. Beal. Do I have any other nominations? Not seeing any. We'll go to a vote for Beal.
District 4,
Beal.
District 5, District 1, District 2,
Beal.
District 3,
Beal.
Lance Beal is appointed.
All right, moving on to introductory ordinances. I'm going to ask for a motion and a second from the council to introduce ordinances items 23 through 34 in globo. Motion by Cook. Do I have a second to go in globo?
Second.
Second by Nakhan. Cindy, will you please read in globo?
City Ordinance 14-2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council, amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number 0N2021, 0001, 1911, 1913, 1915, 1921, 2000, and 2001, West Congress Street, 766 St. Thomas Street Administrative Rezoning, located generally north of Souvenir Gate, west of St. Joseph Street, and south of Oaklawn Avenue. The particular parcels being rezoned from commercial heavy to mixed-use neighborhood. City Ordinance 15-2021. An ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify case number 0N2021-0002, 201 Rendon Drive rezoning, located generally north of St. Charles Street, east of Louisiana Avenue, and south of Surrey Street, rezoning the subject properties from commercial heavy to mixed-use neighborhood. City Ordinance 16-2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the Lafayette Development Code so as to reclassify the property of case number 0N2021-0003, 600 and 700 Block East Point de Mouton Road rezoning, located generally north of East Point de Mouton Road, east of Ridgeview Drive, and south of Summit Drive. The particular parcel being rezoned from residential single-family to mixed-use neighborhood. City Ordinance 17-2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital budget and adjusting the manning tables of the Lafayette City-Parish Consolidated Government by adding 2 Deputy City Marshal 1 positions and 2 vehicles within the Lafayette City Marshal's office. City Ordinance 18-2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council approving the appointment of Scott C. Friedman and Cinnamon Mueller, LLC, as special counsel, and authorizing the execution of a contract with special counsel. City Ordinance 19-2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to donate surplus negotiator equipment from Lafayette City-Parish Consolidated Government to the New Iberia Police Department in accordance with Louisiana Revised Statute 382319.21, negotiator equipment. City Ordinance 2021. City Ordinance 2020. 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council amending the fiscal year 2021 capital budget of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government in the amount of $2,850,000 by increasing anticipated funds from the fiscal year 2018 Federal Transit Administration, Federal Highway Administration Surface Transportation Program revenues and transferred into the fiscal year 2021 Section 5307 Urbanized Area Formula Grant funds within the current budget, along with the required match in the amount of $712,500 for use within the Public Works Department Transit Division for the purpose of replacing a portion of the transit bus fleet. City Ordinance 21, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute an electric franchise agreement with the City of Scott. City Ordinance 22, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute a street lighting agreement with the City of Scott. City Ordinance 23, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council authorizing the acquisition of certain real property for expansion of the East Sewer Plant and authorizing the Lafayette Mayor President to execute a purchase agreement and sale for the acquisition thereof. City Ordinance 24, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council providing for the abandonment of a 10-foot utility servitude on Lot 32 of Mouton Addition Subdivision located at 411 East Vermilion Street. City Ordinance 25, 2021, an ordinance of the Lafayette City Council declaring the building or structure located at 509 Gerald Drive, Lafayette, Louisiana, owned by James Fred Van Landingham, Jr. and Kristen Stewart Van Landingham, care of Gerald J. Block, attorney appointed, to be dilapidated and dangerous to the public welfare, and ordering the condemnation of same.
Council discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Lazard, you have the floor.
Yes, I was just a little slow on the trigger, but I actually wanted to 26 and 27. Just questions about those two.
Do you want to discuss it now here, or do you want to just get with them for over the next week or two and ask your questions then?
Well, I'd like to clarify it now, if I may.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Didn't want you to know your options. Who would you like to direct those questions to?
Well, he's already stood up, Greg for 27, and I guess Lori for 26.
And just as a side note, the city marshal did ask if he needed to stay, and I told him no intros were pulled out of.
No, he doesn't. No, I didn't need him. Just,
Okay,
no,
all right.
didn't need him.
I just wanted to
It's a
let him know.
financial.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about 26, you only want to talk about 27?
Oh, no, I do.
Okay.
I just said I didn't need the marshal here for it.
Okay, sure.
That's it, yeah.
Councilman Lazard, I'll be happy to answer your questions about number 26.
Okay, yeah. Was this also on the parish council agenda, or is it just on the city's agenda?
It was on the parish. No, I'm sorry, it was only on the city.
Just on the cities, okay. So I'm assuming if it's just on the cities, then the assumption is that the city's going to pay the full cost for it?
Well, it is the city marshal, but there is a cost allocation that's applied to the parish? No?
I'm sorry.
Lori does need to talk here. Can you make Lori hot?
Your-
Sorry.
She is
your
correct.
mic is live.
Can't hear.
She is correct, there's an allocation, but the allocation is for the marshal's salary and for the judge's salary, not for support staff.
But these two positions are for this building, am I correct?
The marshal did request to add 2 additional positions to his building, and he is going to be designating 2 additional positions to this building.
Okay, so going back to my original question, shouldn't the cost be allocated? This is the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated government building, right?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay, so my point is, parish is going to benefit from it as well as the city, is my point.
Correct.
I can offer.
So shouldn't there be some cost allocation to the parish as well?
I got some.
Okay.
So maybe a recommendation, just because it's on introductory, because I think it's a fair question.
Yeah,
Maybe in 2 weeks, we can bring back our our CFO, because there is a cost allocation to the parish that's associated with the marshal's office. So if we could just lay it all out there, that way, and really it's three cost allocations. If you think about it, it's the parish, it's the city, and then there's also, they generate fees for their services as well.
Yeah,
So
the
maybe we can.
reason I want to bring it up now, to clarify it before final, is
Sure.
because the parish never got a chance to weigh in on it. So if we're allocating something to the parish, shouldn't the parish have voted on it as well tonight?
I think that's a fair question, but I'll defer to legal.
Legal?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Legal, that legal or that legal?
Yeah, well, that's Paul. Everybody's pointing to Paul. Poor Paul. You okay back there? It's a fair question.
Paul, your mic is hot.
because my,
Well,
my-
I
my-
thought,
my whole point is, I don't want to get to finals with this, and then there's some discrepancies as to who's supposed to pay for what.
Great point. Legal, do
Yeah.
you have any thoughts on that?
I thought I heard, and I may have misheard, I thought I heard Ms. Tues say that the, other than the city marshal's salary and the district judges, the support staff or employees of the city marshal's office are not allocated. They are paid by the city funds. And so if that's the case, doesn't this city ordinance only add 2 deputy marshals, which would be paid solely by the city funds?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it's a city-only ordinance.
And I don't mean to prolong the matter, but these individuals are being hired specifically for this building. So to me, it just doesn't seem kosher, if you will, that the city would pick up the full cost for it.
I'm not sure I understand what, I'm just looking at the ordinance, which buildings are we talking, it's not identified in
So
the ordinance.
I can add some clarification.
No.
So, and again, I want to just piggyback, look, I think this is an absolutely fair question, and we are a consolidated government, so the discussion's not out of reason, for sure. The agreement with the marshal is that we would fund 2 positions, and there's a couple agreements that we're trying to partner together to create some synergy. 2 of the positions would come to City-Parish Hall to help with security and work in conjunction with LPD. But the marshal has also agreed to help with downtown security, which is your district, Councilman, for peak hours, and we defer to law enforcement to tell us whatever that is. I believe 2 or 3 days out of the week. So there's a lot of joint ventures, for lack of better words. But look, fair question. It is on the intro. I would ask that it go forward. Maybe we can give some clarification, because I know of at least 3 budgetary revenues that we recognize in the budget for this particular office.
So what's the resolution?
Well, I would defer to the council, but my request is at least let it go through intro, and then we can discuss it over the next 2 weeks. Or if you want to pull it, I will say this, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you want to pull it and then we bring it back. I mean, and then maybe in all fairness to the marshal, because he did leave, because he didn't think anything was going to be
Right, and
pulled.
he did ask.
No, he didn't, no, we didn't need him here for this, because this is strictly a financial discussion.
Well,
You know,
kind of, but his input would
But
be,
he should have been here, and that's okay. That's okay. So what we're going to do is you have the option of deferring, well, not if we
No,
win.
we're in global vote.
Yeah, not in a global
Everything
vote.
was
So
read in global.
you can choose just to do,
That's fine.
so I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we vote to intro these, and you can vote no or yes, however you choose to vote on the Globo intro, but then you have the next 2 weeks to be able to vote and talk to all the parties involved on that issue.
And if I may, just since we're having the public discussion, we can apply the allocation that's currently applied for the security of City Hall to these particular to these particular deputies that are being added. So there is an allocation that can be applied. It's not how we normally would do it, but we could for these particular ones. I did confirm that with our CFO. So that the same allocation that's applied for security today can be applied for these 2 particular positions.
I think that's a great topic, jumping off point for the discussions that you guys can have over the next couple of weeks. But great points, Councilman Lazard. All right, that was 26. Did you want to talk about 27, or did you want to just have a conversation over the next 2 weeks on 27?
I'm just going to clear it up tonight while we're on it.
Sure, while we're here.
It's so simple, really. Greg, on 27, the special legal counsel, I see the generic description of what their services are supposed to be.
Correct.
And what's the specific need for special legal counsel in this case?
This is for LUS Fiber. This has to do with specialized FCC counsel. We're replacing a K Street firm in Washington, D.C., who I think billable rate was $600 an hour to a much lower firm. And it's for satellite negotiations having to do with our satellite communications with LUS Fiber. It's very specialized. There's only a few firms in the country that handle this.
So this is on like an as-needed basis, or is it?
As needed, yes.
Okay, as needed? Okay,
As needed.
all right, thank you, I'm good.
That's
Thank
all you have? Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman Lazard.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for council discussion. Public comments? All right, let's go to a vote for introduce in globo items 23 through 34.
District 5,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4? Yes. The motion to introduce in globo is approved.
Moving on to joint introductory ordinances, I'm asking for a motion and a second from council to introduce ordinances 36 through 39 in globo. I have a motion by Nakhan, second by Lazard. Cindy, please read.
Joint Ordinance 6, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council, amending Chapter 6 of the Lafayette Consolidated Government Code of Ordinances relative to the issuance of alcoholic beverage delivery permits within the city and unincorporated parish of Lafayette. Joint Ordinance 7, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council authorizing and directing the Lafayette Mayor President to enter into a new exclusive contractual agreement with Acadian Ambulance Service Incorporated and AirMed Services LLC for emergency and non-emergency ambulance services within the jurisdiction of Lafayette City-Parish Consolidated Government. Joint Ordinance 8, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council amending the fiscal year 2021 operating budget and adjusting the manning tables of the Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government by increasing the use of the City General Fund prior year fund balance in the amount of $1,535 to delete one male clerk position and add one clerk 2 position in the Communications 311 Division of the Office of the CAO. Joint Ordinance 9, 2021, a joint ordinance of the Lafayette City Council and the Lafayette Parish Council adopting an update of the official drainage map of Lafayette City Parish Consolidated Government and of the Lafayette Parish Drainage District established by Ordinance 289, 2001.
All right, comments from the public? No, ma'am. All right, let's go to a vote.
District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 5? Yes. The motion to introduce in globo is approved.
I'm going to adjourn the city council meeting. I have enjoyed it, but I'm going to adjourn it now. And I'm going to call to order the emergency city council meeting. You need 5 minutes? All right, I'm sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Sit tight. call this emergency meeting to order. I just have one chair announcement that, again, due to the Mardi Gras holiday, the council meetings for February and March have been scheduled for the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month instead of the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays. Meetings will return to their typical schedule in April. This is an emergency ordinance to consider a mask mandate. I don't have any chair announcements. This is a public hearing. Speaker sheets are available for anyone wishing to address the council. The 3-minute rule does apply. Cindy, will you please read?
City Ordinance 26-2021, an emergency ordinance of the Lafayette City Council mandating masks or facial coverings in certain establishments and public places, requiring businesses and organizations to require all employees, customers, and visitors to wear a mask or other face covering in certain circumstances, and establishing penalties therefor.
Legal, I'm going to ask you to explain the need for this emergency meeting, and your mic is hot. Well, it should be hot. Is it?
I got it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Essentially, it comes from the charter. The council is empowered to adopt emergency ordinances that deal with the public health and safety.
All right, thank you. Beautifully said. I'm going to ask for a motion and a second, please, to introduce. Motion by Councilman Lewis. Councilman Lazard. Would you like to make a motion or a second? Would you like to second this ordinance? All right, I have a second. Council discussion, I'm not seeing any yet. I'm going to allow Councilman Glenn Lazard to have the floor since this is his ordinance.
I'd like to call up Dr. Ernest Kinchin.
And as he comes up and as the staff kind of transitioned out, we allowed the staff that doesn't usually stay for council meetings to leave. I just want to thank the staff for the last week and a half of calls in excess that they actually answered in excess of 3,000 calls in a week and a half. They were able to do nothing but answer calls. So, but they did it very professionally with a smile on their face, and they still were able to handle critical matters that did have to be handled. So I commend the staff and I thank them for their work.
Yes. That's correct. And as speaking for my fellow council members, I think we all agree and can reiterate that. So thank them for us too. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Ernest W. Kinchin, Attorney Lazard, Mr. Mayor President, and members of the City Council, and my brothers and sisters. Good evening. I am overjoyed that we are here for a common good that is clearly specified in the emergency ordinance for the use of masks before us today, to protect the life, health, property, and public safety of all of our citizens and all those who choose to visit our great city. It should be very easy for us to find harmony in the aforementioned goal, in that it is not a black nor white, a red nor blue, a conservative nor liberal, but rather a life or death issue that is caused by the killer virus COVID-19. Death that threatens the lives of every one of us. Death that should cause all of us to fear because of the astounding statistics that we could be the next victim. 107 million cases worldwide, nearly 2.5 million deaths, 27 million people in our own country afflicted by this virus, nearly 500,000 deaths of all of our citizens and loved ones. We should have no fear, no hesitation in terms of how we can deal with this virus. As physicians, our commitment is to provide the best possible care and information that will give our community the opportunity to live a life that is worth living. Therefore, we have been advocates in our efforts to protect you from this deadly virus, to encourage the wearing of masks, a practice that is uniformly utilized throughout the world. Social distancing, in addition to social distancing, good hand washing, and certainly vaccinations. The serious health problems that I suffered with asthma and allergies in my lifetime, when growing up, proved to be a blessing and the reason that I became a doctor, so that I could prevent others from suffering as I had. However, to help you to understand just how much respect and fear that I have for COVID-19, I have a confession to make. As aggressively as I have advocated the benefits when there are no contraindications of vaccines, influenza, pneumonia, shingles, etc., my confession is that because of the consideration that we must always make as it relates to risks versus benefits, in my adult life, I have never had a vaccination. But when it came to COVID-19, because of such a non-compromising virus, I was vaccinated as the very earliest possible time. The message is that we have no choice if we are going to crush this deadly virus, but to do everything in our power to reach that outcome. If we want victory, as in any war, we must use every weapon available in our efforts to prevail over this great enemy, COVID-19. Other than the vaccine, the most effective proven measure that we have and that can take and crush this virus, this deadly virus, is the wearing of masks. Therefore, all of us must do all that we can to wear this deadly virus out. We must resist any effort by anyone who tries to fool us into believing that someone is trying to take away any of our rights. The only way that we can do whatever we can, any of you could do whatever you want to, have what you want, when you want, how you want, would be if you were an island. But no man is an island. We are all closely interwoven. We breathe the same air. We are all part of a community that should be made more pure, that should be made immaculate by love. We must live the commandment, love ye one another as I have loved you. Love your neighbor as yourself. It is incontrovertible that this deadly COVID-19 virus is spread by respiratory droplets. Therefore, the mask. Let me remind you that Texas Representative Ron Wright just died of this virus. Let me remind you that Representative Luke Ledlow just died of this virus. Let me inform you that just yesterday I got a call to help a 32-year-old who was recently paralyzed by this virus. Let us face it. We have laws that demand seatbelts, that demand head helmets, and we have red lights for our safety. Let us be wise enough to employ the use of face masks by taking up this ordinance and approving it. That will help to save all of our lives. As a community, as a loving community, we should do no less. The passage of this ordinance will make for a healthier, happier, and more prosperous future for all of us, and an action that we can all be proud of. May God bless all of the attendees tonight, and may the members of this council be open to God's will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm not seeing any other council discussion.
Hey, how many more?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Lazard, you have the floor.
How many speakers do we have?
We have 14 who signed in timely. I just received 3 more, and they didn't present their cards timely, but we have 14.
Okay. Madam Chair, what I think we'll do is just go ahead and go through the speakers, and then it's okay with you, and then we can do council comments.
Perfect, that works. That works.
Let's just go through the speakers.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We did have 2 citizens who signed in who did not wish to speak in support of the ordinance. 27 citizens who did not wish to speak signed in opposition to the ordinance. As far as call-ins and emails to the council office received a total of 3,059 total calls in reference to the mask mandate, of which 2,060 were in opposition, 999 were in favor.
Wow.
Of the 14 speakers remaining, the first of which is Marja Broussard, and she will be followed by Keith Falk, if you both could come forward.
And as Veronica is saying your names, we're going to be using both of these.
both mics.
So please be on standby for this one. That way we can keep the meeting moving as quickly as possible. So whoever was next, please come to this podium. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me put your mic on. I'm sorry, Marge. There you go, baby.
Marja Broussard, Louisiana State NAACP Vice President, District D. I couldn't have said it any better than Dr. Kinshin, so I definitely want to just echo what he said, 110%. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Keith Falk, followed by Lucy Hinkie.
Keith Falk, a concerned community activist, also an entertainment independent contractor. In respects to what Dr. Kinchin has said, if y'all feel it's not right for government to require people to wear masks in public places or when they're out in public, well, put it on the backs of the 200 and something, 2,000 and something independent contractors in the entertainment business who have to follow guidelines or faced with a fine, or maybe they even shut down their operations because they didn't follow that guideline. So for y'all to say government, it's not right for government to require people to wear a mask, to enforce a mask mandate, well, it's not right for government to enforce any of the COVID-19 restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next 2 speakers.
Is Lucy Hinkie here? Okay. Jared Eubanks, followed by, is Meg Moran here? Okay, good.
And the next 2 speakers, so we know who's after that.
After Meg Moran is Dr. Brittany Hebert.
Thank you.
Hi, I come here tonight, Jared Eubanks, sorry about that, District 2. I come here tonight to ask you to vote in favor of this. I'm not a doctor, and you've heard enough from doctors that this is the prudent course of action. This is the course of action that would help. That's not what is up for debate here tonight. What's up for debate here, I guess, 2 arguments that I could foreseeably see against this. One is this idea that it's personal responsibility. And that's really lovely for someone like myself, and I assume many of you. I work in an office. I don't work with the public most of the time. When I choose to go out in public, I have the luxury of wearing a mask, and I can limit that. A lot of people don't have that luxury. They work in retail and service industries, and they have no choice on if they want to keep their job on whether or not they're going to deal with people not wearing masks. That's where personal responsibility ends and the role of government comes into play. Their safety is being put in jeopardy because we're not willing to act. That is reprehensible to me. Additionally, people working these jobs usually do not live alone, often in multi-generational households. So even if they're young and fairly healthy, they go home to people that might be at risk. And they're having to put their family members at risk because we don't want to require people to take the barest amount, I was only had a minute 30, so, barest amount of time and inconvenience to respect the safety of other people around them. Second, the idea that we won't pass this because the administration won't enforce it, that's ludicrous to me. That's ceding any control this council has over governing this city to the administration. If that's the choice, why pass anything? We'll just give the administration carte blanche to do what it wants to do. Lastly, I just implore you guys, you see what works. We're lucky that numbers are going back down, but then you see the chaos in New Orleans right now, and you know that's what fueled Louisiana's early uptick last year. So we know that another round of this is coming. Please, let's take some proactive action for once. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Aber, I think the lady was actually right before you. I'm
Well,
sorry.
no, but she touched it already before we can, yeah, so we'll let Dr. Brittany, you could go on ahead and start your comments.
Sure.
Okay.
So, yes.
Also, I request that Dr. be given the courtesy of having extra time if she needs it. I didn't know she was here when I called up Dr. Kinchin.
We can't,
I would have
no, I
called.
can't start doing extra 3 minutes, extra time for people.
We've done it before, Madam Chair.
No,
We've done it before.
no.
Yes, we have.
For council members.
We've done it
Councilman
before.
Lazard,
Madam Chair,
no.
if I may.
I'm saying no as chairman, no.
We've done it before when council members have called up people to testify. We've done it before.
But I'm telling you no as chairman. Let's move forward. We need to be fair, 3 minutes for
We're
everyone.
talking about being
I've
fair.
already given you one. The gentleman who began, I let him kick it off, and he had more than 3 minutes.
So there's a limit to the number of,
No. Councilman, saying no. Thank you.
my point is,
I hear you, but I said no.
so
Let's move forward.
we're not going to apply the same set of rules to everybody?
No, of course not.
What are you talking about? If we start giving this person, then this person, then this person, then this person, no, we need to be consistent.
So we're gonna
Everyone gets 3 minutes.
So we're going to start being consistent tonight.
The floor is yours.
I'm Dr. Brittany Aber. I was born and raised here in Lafayette. I also graduated with honors from Yale University. I was Honor Society and Medical School at LSU, Chief Resident in Internal Medicine Residency, geriatric trained, and previous Assistant Professor in Internal Medicine. I now call Lafayette my home. I know you are tired right now. I am tired too. But my tired does not come from this meeting or social distancing. It did not come when I volunteered to serve on the front lines in New York during a surge that decimated a city. It did not come whenever I served our patients in our city of Lafayette during the next 2 surges that crumpled our own city. It didn't come last month whenever I guided my patients when we were unable to find them ER beds or hospital beds, when many of them suffered hypoxic and at least one died unnecessarily. That's not where the tiredness comes from. It comes from my coworkers and me working tirelessly, trying to improve ourselves constantly, to try to stay up to date with the advancing science that's changing every day, to try to improve, to teach, to help, to save every life that we can, and to have others not do their very small part in this. My tiredness comes when people that are capable of doing their little part decide to be comfortable with making things worse, when others of us try so hard to save every life and every livelihood that we can. There are facts about this current world that will not bend. There are truths for now that will not change. From here on, we will be judged in hindsight by how well we adapt right now to the following. If COVID is unchecked, it will crumple our city over and over again. Humanity will always push against social distancing, but masks work and mandates do help. I delivered a link to 78 articles supporting the science behind what I just stated to the council last week. I hope you were able to review it. It supports everything I just stated. Anyone who tells you otherwise is severely behind on their reading, and they are misleading you at the detriment to human lives in your city. Yes, our cases are on the decline right now, but we've all seen this pattern before. We surge, we tighten up and do the right thing, cases decline, we relax, and it happens all over again and more people die. Everyone is already relaxing again. And we have 2 variants that now spread faster and another variant that infects quicker. Brazil thought they had herd immunity. They opened back up. They were being crushed by another surge that no one expected. When will we start learning from the people around us? How many surges will we fail to prevent, and how many lives will be lost unnecessarily? I am Dr. Brittany Hebert. I am telling you that a local mask ordinance will save lives. And if you are strong enough to vote for it, you will save lives. Thank you.
Meg Moran, followed by Jody Bordelon. Is Jody Bordelon here? You could come.
Right?
Okay, and Jody will be followed by Wallace Senegal.
Hi, my name is Meg Moraine. I'm a resident of District 4. I wanted to speak here tonight about the purpose of government. But first, I would like to address the good doctors that spoke before. I understand where they're coming from. I understand that they firmly believe in their heart that what they're telling you is true. However, there are many other doctors around this nation that disagree with the statements they just gave. America's frontline doctors. There's also, which is a large group of doctors who have come forward to say that masks do not work. And there's also, if y'all are unaware, a group of European doctors in The Hague that are filing a lawsuit against these large organizations which are informing these doctors that masks work. And they are filing a lawsuit against a crime against humanity for the disinformation that is being perpetrated throughout the world. So I just wanted to address the purpose of government. The purpose of government is not to make sure that you're eating your vegetables. It's not to redistribute your wealth. It is not to protect your health. The purpose of government is to protect your liberty so you can protect your health. As civil servants, we
You can keep going. Keep going.
As civil servants, we expect you to act as our trustees, not as our masters. The Constitution is a limited contract. It delegates limited power to public servants. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 states that you cannot discriminate me for my beliefs. If I believe a mask is harmful, law requires you to respect this. We cannot be deprived of our natural rights. The right to breathe is a natural right. Forcing a mask is an assault. I would like to take this opportunity to also speak to our mayor. It's about something that's going to take a lot of courage. But I know that courage is not something that you are short of. I would like you to consider refusing to even continue enforcing the unlawful mask mandate that has been forced upon us by our governor. Wearing a mask should be a choice, not a mandate. Please, Mr. Mayor, stand up for freedom.
Thank you. Time.
Okay.
Thank you.
We, the people, are counting on you.
Hey,
Okay, we
your
had
time is up, but thank you.
I paused for the
And
woman.
that's why I gave you a couple more
whatever.
seconds.
Jody Bordelon,
Thank you.
followed.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Jody Bordelon, followed by Wallace Senegal.
I don't think Jody's here.
Wallace
Senegal?
Senegal,
And then
followed by Alicia Roberts.
Wallace Senegal, concerned community activist. I can't say it no better than Dr. Kinchin said it, and he's a doctor. And it seemed like when the mask mandate started with Councilman Glenn Lazar, we had another council on board. It's not about a vote to stay in office or to get in office. It's about people health.
Yeah, more. He's at the bottom, but I could call him.
I'm in my 70s. I might have health issues. I don't want nobody else's problem. You could ride downtown on weekend, and I guarantee you, everybody is partying downtown with no mask. We could always wear masks and open up our Mardi Gras, our Festival International. But if we're not going to do anything about wearing a mask to keep this virus from spreading, shame on us. Seat belts, like Doctor said, all these things was mandated, you know? Why we can't have a mandate on wearing a mask? You guys are wearing a mask tonight. You know, y'all in the government building. I wear my mask. I went to a meeting a couple of weeks ago, you know. Very few people had masks on. Mr. Nakane, you was there, you wore your mask. The people in the audience didn't have no mask. I didn't have to be there, but I had my mask on. As soon as I got out that building, I took that mask off and got rid of it because I didn't know what I was breathing in that building. That's right. I threw it away. I didn't try to hold it to wear it down the street or nothing like this here, you know. So you guys got to understand, it's not about a vote. If you're gonna stay in your seat because your constituents don't want you to wear a mask, you know. It's about the safety of the public. Public people need to wear masks. If you're not gonna pass this ordinance for us to wear masks, take y'all off right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alicia Roberts, followed by Daniel Moore.
Daniel Moore, are you in the building?
Yeah, we'll wait.
Oh,
He's
okay,
right here.
sorry, I didn't see you. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Alicia Roberts. First, I'd like to say, I know that just about everybody on this board calls himself a Christian, and for whatever reason in the local politics decided to put out there that you are all pro-life. If you are going to say that you're pro-life, then that means you're pro all of the lives, including people who need to be protected from other people by you wearing masks. Never again should you say that you're pro-life if you vote against this tonight, because that just means you're pandering, which let's all agree that that's probably what was going on anyway. While I realize this ordinance is not likely to pass, I cannot stand idly by and not speak out on the topic. I'm one of the co-founders of the Lafayette Parish COVID-19 Memorial Committee, and when we plant those flags at each site, it is drilled into our heads the level of loss our community is experiencing. When I see images like the ones from around Lafayette's downtown on the weekends or around shopping centers or large gatherings of people, such as private Mardi Gras balls in people's houses, I'm disgusted with the ever-rising death rate here in our city. I'm disgusted, I'm disappointed, and I'm galvanized. I'm galvanized to work tirelessly towards actual enforcement of the existing state mandate, which we wouldn't even need this conversation for a city mandate if we would agree to enforce the state mandate. I'm also galvanized by the folks I know who are doing the right things. I should never hear a single word from Mr. Guillory, Ms. Cook, Ms. Hebert, or Mr. Nakant about the hospitality of this city or the good people who care about their neighbors when you can't be bothered to enforce the state mandate that we already have in order to protect that community that you so lovingly refer to. And you have actively worked to kill this ordinance by being against it publicly and privately by going so far as to bully the other members on this board by inciting your cronies to make phone calls to them and your colleagues and harassing them as physicians outside the scope of their expertise and with false information. I'll never understand any of y'all's desire to make a public health crisis into your personal political war. If you have ever watched a zombie movie or any kind of apocalyptic movie and wondered, how did it go from everybody partying one day to 5 people left on the planet the next day? What we are seeing now is the in-between that doesn't get played in those movies. We are seeing the mishandling of this situation, and that is something they don't ever show because I guess they don't figure people are going to be that ignorant. I also have pages and pages of research that I pulled up today too, but doctors that are way more experienced and knowledgeable than myself on data have already sent you that. I would like to say that there is a mandate in this building, and yet your own private hired security can't be bothered to wear their mask correctly. So I just don't understand why this is even where it is. I know someone who died yesterday, leaving a young widow, 4 kids, 2 grandkids, his sibling, and his ton of extended family. And if masking and social distancing works, which it does, I don't understand why we're even arguing this.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Speaker Daniel Moore, and he will be followed by Noah Delotte.
If I fall, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, my name is Daniel Mower. Miss Nanette is my representative. I tried to call you earlier today. I was actually kicked out of the building earlier today because of this policy. I can't wear a mask. Okay, that's part of the reason why I fell on my can back there, because I've got an issue, a lung issue, part of it, besides the fact that I'm all busted up for other reasons. We're talking about Hollywood and stuff like that. Our governor, during the COVID time of last year, guess what? 28 movies were filmed in New Orleans alone, 28. So where was his COVID thing going at that point when he was making money? So, and we've got majority, we've got 2,060 opposing it. We've got 999 for it, fine. But what about somebody like myself that can't? Okay, I can't wear a mask, and I'm gonna be fined every time I go into a business. You've got a mask on, and I'm not sure who's for it, who's against it. That's up to you. I'm not chastising anybody, because if you want to wear a mask, that's fine. But you've got a mask on. You're protected, all right? I can't wear a mask because when I wear a mask, I have trouble breathing, I pass out. I can own your business, though. Not to be rude or jerk about it, but if the issue gets forced, ADA rules, I've got a service animal here as part of it. If I fall down and get busted up in someone's building because of something being pushed, I can own that property, that business. Would I do it? No, because it's your business. What it comes down to is I can't wear it, why, and I'm going to be penalized. What is the fine going to be? Has anybody said what it's going to be? I'm asking the mayor, anybody, please. What's the fine going to be? Does anybody know?
Let's let you, he can answer that at the end, but keep going because you're on your time.
Okay, and
Sure,
so
go ahead.
that's what I'm saying. I'm just,
Go ahead.
this is my,
That's okay.
my thing.
That's
I'm
okay.
done with it right there. I've got my point. Like I said, I made my point. The governor has made 28 movies in New Orleans during COVID. We've got people, the majority are opposing it. And we've got a, let's see, what's my other point? And we're talking about people, the governors and stuff like that. How about our governor in New York? 50% he's been hiding what's been actually going on there. He's the one that put the people in the nursing homes. Not us, not me. He did, and he hid it. And now he's under investigation. I don't know what to go from that point, but I'm opposed to it. And that's just on my behalf because of health reasons. I'd like to know what the fine's going to be because, like I said, I can't wear it. And what about all those that can't? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Noah Delotte, followed by Gail George. Gail George, are you here? Gail, okay.
Okay. I am not a medical expert. I do not claim to be a medical expert. I am a rational human being, though, and I claim to be one. I would like to start out first by saying that I'm very happy to live in Lafayette and Lafayette area. I saw him receive a little too much flack tonight. I do want to commend our Mayor President Josh Guillory. I think he's done a pretty bang-up job for most of his administration. Doesn't mean I agree with everything, but maybe you don't hear it enough. Anyway, the things that I want to say about this mask mandate are a few. Again, I'm not going to rattle off statistics because, again, I'm not a medical expert. I don't claim to be one. While there might be many cases and many case studies that show The minimal effect that cloth masks do to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Not saying they do nothing. Obviously, they're going to do something, like throwing sand at a chain link fence is going to do something. But there's very little evidence that I've been able to find that the masks generally used by the public, cloth masks, net gaiters, cotton, polyester masks, all these things are really all that effective at all. These are not N95 masks. These are not N99 masks. Again, I've not found a whole lot to say that shows that they are effective. Even if they are, and we think that masks are the magic bullet, I still do not understand a policy that requires you to wear one walking into a restaurant for 10 seconds while you get seated at your table, immediately take it off, and then not have to wear it for most of your visit. If we really think this is a life and death situation and we need to be constantly 6 feet apart away from each other, washing our hands, I don't understand why we don't have then, by that same logic, a hand washing mandate or a 6 feet apart mandate or any of these other absurd notions that would infringe upon people's freedom and their choice to live life as they see fit. More importantly, based on my reading of the legislation, it puts an unnecessary burden on business owners to enforce this mandate, not on the government who is imposing the fines on those businesses. And that is evil. That is anti-small business. These businesses have been hurt enough throughout this pandemic, and they have been given little to no help. PPP payments have not been enough. Big businesses get bailouts, small businesses get nothing, and that has been the story for this past year. Do not put the burden on these business owners to enforce an unconstitutional and, quite frankly, an anti-natural law, anti-human right mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gail George, followed by Marja Broussard, and then we will have the final speaker, Jason Cullens.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Gail George, District 2, and I'm the widow of Peter David Garisco. I'd like to share my thoughts tonight to help you understand why I believe that the wearing of masks is not just what the medical community recommends, it's also how we can show our love for and protect each other. Before I share my love story, I ask you to think a moment about other government mandates, the seatbelt law, no smoking ordinances, and kindergarten. I'm sure each one of these new initiatives received great pushback to the government overreaching and to our personal freedoms. Yet history has shown the efficacy of these measures to protect and better our quality of life. People now embrace these new laws. I believe that mask wearing also protects and saves lives. David and I enjoyed a charmed, magical 7 years together. At age 58, I'd finally found my soulmate. We laughed all the time, we learned together, we played, we traveled, we valued so many of the same things, the arts, music, and dancing. We loved and adored our blended family of 5 kids, 7 grandkids. There was no greater pleasure for us when we were hanging with the fam. David was diagnosed with COVID on December 16th, a mild case for the first 8 days. On Christmas Eve, his oxygen level began to drop slightly, and we watched that very carefully. On Christmas Day, I heard David coughing uncontrollably. I rushed to him with the oximeter. The reading was 78. So we sped off to Lafayette General, and in 10 minutes, they had taken him back to the emergency department. For 2 weeks, he stayed on the 5th floor of the COVID unit. I got calls every morning at 6. I got a call at 6 p.m. by the day nurse. All of the nurses loved him. They said that he kept him entertained. For the first week, it seemed his oxygen levels were improving, but the second week, his progress stalled. His oxygen levels wouldn't stay in the 90s without the help of those machines. On day 14, he was deemed a non-COVID patient out of isolation, and I was allowed to visit any time as much as I wanted. When I walked in that first time, we both cried. During the next 6 days, his chest would heave with quick staccato breaths. We would hold hands for a long time, staring into each other's eyes. Me trying to calm him telepathically, I guess, and inhaling and exhaling slowly for him to follow. Tears streamed down his face. I could see his terror, but I wouldn't cry. I didn't want him to see that. I had to keep cheering. You've got this, baby. You can do it. On January 13th, I left for the night at 11 p.m., crying because I knew just how sick he was. I got a call at 5 a.m. saying he had been taken to ICU. I didn't see him conscious again because he was put on a ventilator. Ladies and gentlemen, not being able to say a final goodbye is a special torture in and of itself. Watching the numbers on the machines in ICU drop over the course of 2.5 hours to all zeros is a unique form of hell that no one should have to endure. In closing, think about these government mandates that I've mentioned as I began, measures that were no doubt resisted by many, but now valued for their contributions. Would you vote tonight against no smoking ordinances, seatbelt laws, kindergarten for 5-year-olds? As of today's report, there have been more than 225 families in Lafayette Parish who have lost a husband or wife, brother, sister, grandparent. I implore that tonight you vote to mandate the wearing of masks and stop this loss of life. Without this ordinance, more people will die. Perhaps your constituent, perhaps your loved one. I say again, no one should have to endure this nightmare of death by COVID. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your voting yes to this mask mandate.
Next speaker is Marja Broussard, followed by Jason Cullens.
Marja, weren't you the first? She was the first speaker.
Oh, she was the first. Okay, they had it twice.
So nice we said it
Okay,
twice.
and Madam Chair, I have 2 people who inadvertently signed in for the next item, and it's just 2 people. If we could, okay, thank you. Tara Fogelman and Elijah Odenet.
As of today, Lafayette Parish has lost 241 people in our community. Statewide, 9,142. Happy birthday, Liz. These people will never have a birthday. I support the mask mandate ordinance. Until you have seen your child on a ventilator due to some type of lung failure because of a virus, fighting for their life, I guess most wouldn't understand my plea to the council. It's absolutely hell to watch your child in a medical-induced coma fighting for their life, so fragile you can't touch them, and you can only speak in a whisper so you don't overstimulate them. That was just a flu for my 24-year-old daughter. Thank God she survived. There are people who believe that wearing a mask won't help to stop the spread of COVID. Let's just say that they're right. So we suffer a small, uncomfortable inconvenience. But what if they're wrong, perhaps thinking it's just a slight cold, a sinus infection, but then exposes someone with a compromised immune system, killing them. Someone's someone is gone. So for myself and my family and my community, I'd rather be slightly uncomfortable and inconvenienced to save a life. Ms. Cook, you helped to start this ordinance, then you backed out. You allowed yourself to be bullied by Trump cultists and QAnon radicals with their conspiracy theories. But you're a teacher at a Catholic school that's pro-life. Can you please be pro-life for Ella Conrad? And if you don't know who she is, ask Josh Guillory, because he held her several times and he took pictures of her or together. She has a compromised immune system. Her life does matter. Can you please be pro-life for our communities that you represent? Can we please follow and enforce the mandate of our governor and help to save lives in Lafayette Parish and throughout the state of Louisiana? Can we just please do that? This is not about politics. It truly isn't about freedoms. It's not even about how it's going to cost the taxpayer extra money for police to enforce it. It's simply about love, compassion, respect, and saving people's lives in our communities.
Thank you, Tara.
Please.
Time up. Time up.
Save our
Thank you.
lives.
Next speaker.
Final speaker, Elijah Odenet.
Hello, my name is Eli Odenay. I've lived in Lafayette for the past 19 years and cherish the opportunities Lafayette has given me. It is undeniable that social life in the city has been on a tremendous decline since the beginning of COVID. This mandate forcing legislation onto personal health care is ridiculous. If you are medically compromised, overweight, or you smoke, you will be more prone to suffering from the cold. If that is the case, then you can wear a mask yourself. Why should healthy people be punished for ensuring that they stay in shape and have a highly tolerant immune system? Admittedly, in the beginning of this cold, everyone was frightened for their lives, but I believe we have reached a point where the mask orders, social distancing, and lockdowns have done more harm than the virus. Social emotional agnosia is the inability to perceive facial expressions, body language, and voice intonation. By wearing masks in social situations, people are no longer able to see facial expressions, in return, causing depleted social skills. Therefore, this disorder is a common trait in our society. On top of this, small businesses have suffered intolerable losses, forcing them to close their doors forever. Some are hanging on by a thread, and you wish to go into their business and enforce a hogwash mandate that contradicts Louisiana state law, which has been in writing and enforced for a significantly longer period of time. Louisiana Revised Statute 14313 clearly states that wearing masks or hoods in public is prohibited and should have penalty. To enforce the mandate today would contradict years of judge rulings and penalties assigned to those who broke this law. If in fact you allowed the mandate, it would only be right to expunge the records of every individual that ever received a written citation or was charged with a misdemeanor for wearing this mask. This mandate is simply forcing Governor John Bell's order on the city of Lafayette. His executive order was signed March 11th of 2020 and has been renewed post-expiration 16 times. If the council was to agree on this mandate, Lafayette City would be forced to adhere to the tyrannical overreach the government has signed into law until he exonerates his state of emergency COVID orders. We do not know how long this would last. So why should we trust politicians to tell us to wear a mask and that it will be over soon when they've been saying this for over a year? If we are to take our rights for granted and give up a piece of freedom for a minute amount of safety, then we deserve neither freedom nor safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
All right. Public comment. I know some council members had some, I don't see any speakers from the council. Anybody have anything they want to add? Or are we going to a vote? Oh, Councilman Lazard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we started this process, we knew there would be some differences of opinion, say the least. And for the most part, it's been civil in nature. But some of the comments that have been made, some of the calls that we have received, it's far from that. that's okay. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to address medical issues. We have professionals here tonight that have already addressed that. And I guess whenever you're in a situation like this and once you establish a position on an issue, you can always find some kind of justification for the position you've taken. It's kind of like when the police arrest somebody and then try to build a case after the arrest as opposed to it being the other way around, which is the way it's supposed to be. And so a lot of times, and we see all these studies, and we know there are about hundreds of them out there, literally. And if you search hard enough, I guess you could find a study that agrees with your position. And everybody's not an expert, people. Everybody's not an expert. From the standpoint of the medical part of it, there are people that are specially trained in this field, infectious disease. So if and we've heard the different opinions from, we've heard that this doctor said this doctor said that, this doctor said this. And I guess they're all entitled to their opinions. But what's the basis for the opinion is what's important. What kind of experience do they have in that respective area of medicine? Just something to think about when we talk about where we're getting our information from. As far as Lafayette is concerned, I will take the advice of the chief medical officers from Lafayette General and Lourdes, and there are groups, if you will, because they have experts in all areas of medicine. I will take their advice on an issue such as this before I will a chiropractor. Smart. We actually had a chiropractor that came out in opposition to this. A chiropractor, talking about the inherent dangers of wearing a mask. And look, I'm not going to argue the fact that it's uncomfortable. It is. And I've been wearing them a lot longer than anybody else in this room. Okay? They're not very comfortable. Tara, as somebody that has a history of asthma, I can identify, not to the extent that you're referring to about your daughter, but struggling to catch my breath at times. And obviously it's been aggravated after my leukemia diagnosis. So thank you for that. So, do mass work. Once again, I guess different studies, I guess, as to whether they do or not. But I'm going to go back to, this is a quote from Dr. Amanda Logue that was given in an interview, I think, with KETC. She's the chief medical officer, Lafayette General. Following recommendations from the Center for Disease Control, Oshner Lafayette General advises all individuals ages 2 and older wear a mask when in public spaces. Face masks and other social distancing measures play a vital role in slowing the spread of COVID-19 in our community. We continue to support mask mandates. Wearing a mask in public is a simple but powerful way to protect both yourself and those around you. That's one. Bear with me for just a second. Sure. This is from Dr. Henry Kaufman, Chief Medical Officer at LUS. And this was in an interview with the Daily Advertiser on February 2nd. I think an interview with Mr. Capps, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Our Lady of LUS Chief Medical Officer, Henry Kaufman, and it references the fact that both myself and Ms. Cook had spoken to him. Who Cook and Lazard both have been in contact with over the proposal referring to the ordinance, said Tuesday that although he would rather not need a mandate to require people to wear masks, he personally supported the idea since similar requirements have proven to help slow the spread of COVID-19 in other areas. The preponderance of evidence supports that mask mandates work, Kaufman said, and if that helps to keep our communities safe and our businesses up and running and our economy vibrant, and it helps us get back to normal sooner rather than later, then I support it. And I would advocate that everybody else support it too. Lafayette is the largest, and this is just a follow to the story. Lafayette is the largest city in Louisiana to not have its own mask mandate. So, like I said, it comes down to your source of information and what kind of experience and expertise those individuals have. Nobody's saying that any mask or protective measures you take are 100% effective. Nobody's saying that. But it's all about doing everything we possibly can to slow the spread of this deadly virus so that we can get back to some sense of normalcy, whatever that is. On a can of Lysol, it says kills 99.9% of germs and viruses. It doesn't say 100%. Yet Lysol can't stay on the shelves. Why? It doesn't kill 100% of germs. Why is everybody flocking to buy it as soon as the truck pulls up? I think we all know the reason why. I would pose, and when we talk about the deaths, somebody said 225 as of today. What was the exact number, Ali, as of today? Because the number I have in my petition, in my ordinance I prepared last Wednesday, I know we're averaging like 3 deaths a day in Lafayette Parish.
41 Lafayette Parish, 9,142 for the state.
What's it for Lafayette Parish again, Tara? I'm sorry.
241 deaths up to date.
And I think the last time I checked, we were averaging something like 3 deaths a day, if I'm not mistaken. So those are not just numbers. Those are human beings.
Yes.
Those are mothers and fathers,
Yes.
husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, grandmothers and grandfathers. We have to have some empathy. We have to. And those are just deaths directly attributed to COVID. That's not counting the ones that are indirectly caused by COVID. And what I mean by that is, I mean elderly patients that may be in a hospital for some other reason, that die from depression and loneliness because they can't see their families because of COVID restrictions. That's not counting the ones at Heritage Manor, Cornerstone, Amelia Manor, Marquis de Lafayette, the Blake, or any other nursing homes or assisted living facilities. We're talking about elderly people that have gone months up on end without having access to family members because of COVID restrictions. So you have the direct and then you have the indirect. So let's talk about businesses for just a second, okay? I don't know how many of you read The Current, but Jeff Daly did an excellent story on yesterday about how this ordinance, instead of having a negative impact on businesses, will have a positive impact on businesses. It simply states that as soon as we get back to normal, businesses will be up and thriving again. But that's not going to happen as long as we keep trying to address this in a piecemeal fashion. As you all know, the city of New Orleans is basically closed this weekend. Very bold steps taken by the mayor. And they interviewed several business owners, and 3 of them specifically stated that even though they're going to lose money, they agree with the mayor's decision. They stated that they would rather be closed for 4 days than to be closed for 4 months. So it's not necessarily an impediment to businesses in the long run. And I'm going to close. Everybody that feels that masks don't work and serve no purpose, I submit this to you. If there were 19 people in a room, all diagnosed with COVID, and this is to the people that are anti-masks, okay? There were 19 people in the room diagnosed with COVID. And you had to go in that room. And you had a choice of going in with or without a mask. Tell me that you would voluntarily choose to go in without the mask. To my fellow council members, think about the lives that have been lost. And I'm not saying that, because we don't know what the causes were of these individuals or how they contracted the virus. And we're certainly not saying that if they had been wearing a mask, they wouldn't have contracted it. We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't. But there's absolutely no doubt that wearing a mask, along with the other protective measures that have been mentioned, slow the spread of this deadly virus. The other thing that's been brought up quite often is, why do we need this when we already have the governor's mandate? Mayor President Guillory. Has your position changed any in terms of your position on the ordinance?
Thank you, Councilman, and I think you made some pretty good points, and I know where your heart is on this issue. Are you asking me my position on the ordinance or the position on the governor's man?
Both.
Okay.
Has it changed?
Well, as far as the state mandate goes, my position hasn't changed, that the state has communicated to me that the state will continue to enforce the state's mandate.
So there's still no intention of the city of Lafayette enforcing it, or using City of Lafayette resources to enforce it?
And that is correct, Councilman, but I will defer to the deliberation of this council to consider the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. So for everybody that's wondering why we need this when we have a governor's mandate, that's your answer right there. Thank you. I relinquish the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Councilman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me just share a few things, my thoughts, my observation. When the COVID first started back in the early part of 2020, people were reaching out to the council members. I know for sure myself. Why don't you guys pass a mask mandate? I mean, you heard it over and over again. Then right when we started to pursue this, then here comes people. Freedom of speech, freedom of speech. That's great. But I believe freedom of speech, you need honor. You need honor to have freedom of speech. Where's your conscience? Where is your conscience? People getting sick. The germs are being spread. We see a mask. Someone said earlier, I think Mr. Wallace Senegal said we have a mask. A lot of people I see when they come on the parking lot, driving their car, they have their mask on. They have their mask on. Just like their seat belts. Just like a seat belt. When everybody leave tonight, I bet you the majority of the people have a seat belt on. It's mandated. About 3 years ago, us 3 council members right here, we passed an ordinance, no smoking in public places. We did that. It was controversial, but we did it. Based on medical people. Anyone go to the hospital or the doctor tomorrow, you better have your mask on. What the door says, mask required. I had surgery about, 4 months ago. 4 months ago. I wanted my wife to come with me to the surgery, while I was having surgery. They told me no. They told me she could not come because of the COVID-19 or the pandemic, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. She couldn't come. So what I did, I said, well, I'm going to another hospital. Then they let her come in. About a month after that, I went and checked on my bill. I couldn't get in unless I had a mask. Even though I had a mask, I had to stay outside. Same hospital. Good friend of mine had a surgery as well at the same place. His wife had to stay outside in the parking lot. Couldn't go and see him. So, but you have some medical people coming in here, well, not here, but talking, writing, sending emails and texts. It doesn't help, don't help. But you go to their office tomorrow. I bet you gotta have your mask on. My wife and my daughter are in the medical profession. They told me while they were in school, that's one thing they teach, have a mask on all the time and wash your hands. Now, we have a pandemic that's killing people. People getting sick because of the germs. It's not about just you. It's about the people that you live with, the surrounding people, the people that you breathe on or you breathe their air, people that you cough, you sneeze on, or they do that to you. Before the pandemic came around, when people would sneeze on me, I didn't like that. I walked away. I didn't like people smoking on me. I'll walk away. And now I have an excuse to walk away. But if I have my mask on, I feel I have a little bit more protection. I know it's a hard decision for council members to make. And the hardest thing for us is that we try, all five of council members here want to do the right thing. But what happens? We get emails, phone call, texts, telling you it's my body, it's my choice. Yeah, it is your body and your choice, but what about the other people? They have a choice and they have a body. And they don't want the government involved. Nobody wants the government involved. But when they want the government involved, they want the government involved. Yeah. It's always a two-sided thing. So whichever way the council members vote, don't beat on them, don't hate them. Elect them to support it, but then that's their choice because they have constituent or they have a different opinion. But again, we all want to do the right thing. And to do the right thing, we have to deep down in our heart and our soul and see what is the best way to do something to make our constituent happy and our life happy. It's hard. All I'm asking you, fellow council members, to support this ordinance if you can. If you cannot, it's on you. Just remember, you have families, you have grandkids, you have a husband or wife. I don't know. Some people have underlying conditions. Some don't, but it doesn't matter. When it hits you, and you can't turn back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Not seeing any other council discussion, I'm going to call for a vote from the council to adopt the ordinance.
District 2?
No.
District 3?
No.
District 4?
No.
District 5?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
The motion to adopt fails.
Since the motion did not fail, the ordinance failed, we will not be voting on introductory ordinance CO 027-2021. And so with that, I adjourn the emergency city council meeting. Thank you all for coming.